three, I believe, of the long-running documentary Historic Landmarks in the Time of the Pandemic. So welcome all. I'll start with a statement about our meeting location. I, Kenton Peters, Acting Chair of Historical Landmark Commission, hereby determine that with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic conditions existing in Salt Lake City, including but not limited to the recent spike in Utah COVID-19 hospitalizations and the presence of the more aggressive and contagious Delta variant, that meeting at an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health or safety of those who would be present. So commissioners are all connected remotely, and we want to make sure everyone interested in the Historic Landmark Commission meetings can still access the meetings how they feel most comfortable. If you're interested in watching the commission meetings, they're available on YouTube and Salt Lake City TV channel 17. So if you're interested in participating during the public hearing portion of the meeting or wish to provide general comments, you may email historiclandmarks.comments@slcgov.com or connect with us on WebEx, which you're already watching if you're hearing this. Okay, the first step will be approval of minutes from June 3rd, 21. Has everyone read those, and is someone ready to make a motion?
Kenton, I can make a motion that the minutes that have been prepared and issued be accepted as presented. Very
good. We have a motion. Do we have a second for that motion, please? Babs, we can't hear you.
I second.
Very good. We'll just take a voice vote on this. All in favor of approving the minutes from June 3rd, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? All right, that motion passes. The minutes for June 3rd are approved. Report of the chair and vice chair. I have nothing to add at this point. Let's see, who's the vice chair these days?
I am the vice chair, Kenton.
Oh, very good.
And I do not have anything to report either. Thank you.
Very good. Director's report, please. Michaela, have you got, what's the word?
The word is we are still looking for landmark commissioners and we need a super dynamic pool. So we have a small pool right now, and virtually every district has an opening. So if you have a friend with professional experience in historic preservation, we are looking for that dynamic candidate. So please spread the word. You've probably seen it on social media. Unfortunately, not on CNN, but we are really looking for some awesome candidates. So please apply. Go to Mayor Mendenhall's page, hit boards and commissions, and apply to be on the Landmark Commission. Thank you.
Michaela, go ahead, please, Babs.
Babs.
Are you leaving us, Michaela? Did you tell us that last time?
No, I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving you, Babs. You said that to me the first public hearing. And I've been here 11 years, and I will never forget that. No, Molly Robinson left. Molly Robinson left.
All right. Yes, you can't ever leave me.
Yes, she left last month. It's really sad. I will never leave you all.
Thank you.
Hey, Michaela, back to looking for other commissioners. Do they have to have professional experience, or could they be an enthusiastic citizen with interest in preservation?
That as well. If real world experience, professional experience, a history background, a structural engineer, contractor, certainly an interest in historic preservation. Thank you for clarifying that, Kenton.
Okay, good. All right. At this point, I'd like to open the meeting up to public comments. The commission would like to hear public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Have we got anyone who wishes to speak? Nobody lined up, not even the usual suspects?
I don't
Nobody.
see a hand up.
Where is Cindy Cromer?
Well, she's there, but she doesn't have her hand up. I'm going to unmute her. Cindy, do you have a comment?
Not tonight. I've had a long week at the city with the city council and the planning commission, and I'm just gonna pass tonight till the hearing.
Well,
Right.
thanks, Cindy, but is there any point for us to go on then? Should we just call it quits now?
Thank
Okay,
you.
but seriously, folks. Okay, well, we'll go to the first item on our agenda, which is the Elks Block redevelopment at approximately 139 and 151 East South Temple and 120 East First Avenue. There are several different petitions in front of us, but what we thought might work the best is to have the applicant present all of them at once, because they're all interrelated, and take the presentation and the hearing all together. And then when it comes time for discussion, we can discuss it as a whole, but then we will vote on each petition separately to keep with the letter of the procedure. So at this point, I'd like to put it over to staff. Nelson, would you please take over?
I will. Let me figure out the presentation here. There we go. I'm sorry. There we go.
Take your time.
Okay, here we go. Everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This is quite the project. And it's being grumpy. There we go. Okay. Chair Peters has already gone over the details of the petition. I think you're all familiar with this project from previous work sessions. It's centered around the Elks Building at 139 East South Temple. Also includes demolition, new construction, special exceptions, and major alterations, which you all have to approve. I think we counted them, and there's a total of 17. So let's get to it. Kenton outlined a few things in terms of how we're going to treat this project a little bit differently. We have some suggestions in terms of it being so complex and interconnected. So it may differ a little bit from what you're used to. Like the work session discussions, we separated the project into 3 broad items here. The applicant I will give my presentation, the applicant will give his presentation. We'll open it up for a public hearing. We suggest you that, combine it all. And then after your discussion, we have a motion sheet that is hopefully in front of all of you that gets a little complex, but hopefully it will all fall together. We'll detail each item tonight, but this is basically the plan. The first item is a request for demolition of a contributing building at 121st Avenue, shown here. Generally, we don't recommend demolition of a contributing building. In this case, we found that it's necessary for the success of the overall project and that the standards for review are substantially met. So we are recommending that the commission approve the demolition. The next items for review are major alterations and one special exception associated with the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the Elks Club building. We've recommended approval of this work as well, with conditions that will be outlined later and are in the staff report. The final item that the commission is going to consider tonight is the proposed new residential building on the site of the former Alta Club parking lot. This proposal wasn't as thoroughly addressed in the commission's work sessions. Our analysis is in attachment I. Our recommendation is again to approve the design and special exception associated with it. Certainly add your conditions as needed, or certainly adding, we're open to adding any conditions beyond those that we've outlined in the staff report. Just closing the circle here, there are several items here, but two major items that when we discussed it with you in work session, you expressed your willingness to let staff review these administratively. They include the rehabilitation of the 6 contributing buildings on First Avenue and the Elks parking garage alterations. Certainly, if you want to bring up questions, we can speak to those. I'm sure the applicant will as well. But that clears a little bit off of your plate. If we find that it needs more review, we'll certainly bring it back to the commission. So we go with item A here. This is the demolition of the building at 120 East South Temple. Here is a table that shows a summary of the standards and our findings in the staff report. When considering the request for demolition, the ordinance says that you must determine whether the request substantially complies with these 5 standards shown here. I am not ready, Google. Sorry about that. So in staff's opinion here, standards A, B, and C are the most pertinent in this case, really because the zoning would allow a continued or adaptive reuse of this building. And standard E, the building is well maintained, it's currently rented, so that really doesn't apply, although you can see the findings here. Okay, now getting more into the findings. Standard A and Standard E address the physical integrity and condition of the building. This building was constructed in 1950 as rental housing, and it replaced a circa 1890 house on the site. There is a tax photo of that house in the staff report and in the applicant's submittal. This is covered in their Appendix B if you're navigating around. Originally, it was not a contributing building in the Avenues district, but when because it was less than 50 years old in 1978, but when the district was resurveyed in 2007, it was considered contributing mainly just because of its age and the fact that it hadn't been altered significantly. We're finding that the building maintains its physical integrity and that it hasn't been neglected. Okay, now this little grainy photo is the closest we could get to showing what was existing at this location when the district was established by the city in 1978. You'll see here that the subject building is outlined in orange. To the left, which is west, there were, at the time of creation, there were 3 large apartment complexes that were demolished after the district was created. the most significant one there right on the corner is the Eagle Gate Apartments, which were demolished shortly after this photo was taken, I think. And then to the north there is the former site of the Gateway Apartments, which were replaced with another building now called the Gateway Apartments. And then, oh, I can't remember the one to the north, which is now a landscaped open field, but that was also part of the district and was considered a contributing, all of them were significant buildings. So given what has happened since, and all of these buildings have been demolished, it's unlikely that the district boundary would now be drawn so as to include this corner here. And so that has an effect on the streetscape and also an effect on the standard that talks about the effect on other historic resources in the district. In contrast to what's on the left, to the west, on the east, there's a very significant concentration of historic contributing buildings. 6 of them would be renovated as part of this proposal. There's a landmark site, the Brigham Young Cemetery, which you will be looking at later in the meeting. And across the street, there are 3 additional contributing buildings and apartment complexes and 3 non-contributing. So our finding was that it would not have a significant effect on the streetscape nor on the concentration of historic buildings that form the boundaries of the district here, because it's at the edge. Okay, well, I'm having network issues, but well, here we are back. Okay. The zoning, as I mentioned, it's a high density residential RMF 75 zone that would allow the existing triplex, and it could be adaptively reused for several things. It's more likely that it would be combined with other parcels and developed as a larger project. If this project were to be approved and constructed, that would rehab 6 of those properties and kind of secure them for the foreseeable future. So while this is coming back to the summary table, it's never a lightly thing to be considering a contributing demolition of a contributing building. When we look at this in the context of the location, the building's age, the context of the rehabilitation of 7 other contributing buildings in the district as part of this project, and creation of 87 new housing units, we arrived at a recommendation that you approve this request. Moving right along to item B, which is the major alterations to the Elks building. There are 3 items mentioned here: changes to the existing raised entrance feature, a new rooftop in addition, and changes to the windows on the building. These were the things that were outlined by staff and in the work session discussions. The proposed alterations to the what is now an elevated front entrance to the building and the creation of a new entrance plaza certainly has garnered the most attention and discussion by the commission and the most public attention as well. What you are seeing here and what you saw in your packets, and I'm sure the applicant will detail this in greater detail, is a new proposal that you haven't seen previously. It would retain the entry to the tunnel entrance, the main entrance, and other elements of that of the existing wall, including the decorative baluster features for the stairs. There is a connecting element between the tunnel entrance and the new main building entrance, and there would be reuse of other materials from the original raised plinth there. Thought I had another slide on that. I apologize, but in terms of the roof addition, the commission members have expressed support for this addition in their work session discussions. Since then, we've received additional information on materials, which are mainly metal and glass. We think that this is an improvement over the existing rooftop addition, and there's nothing that would create issues with those designs. As part of that, you would be looking at a modification to the maximum building height as a special exception. For non-residential buildings in this zone, it's 45 feet. The existing building is approximately 91 feet. If you take off the existing rooftop addition and put a new one on, the net increase in height would be about 2 feet 6 inches. So while the special exception is technically larger, it's really only a net increase of 2 feet and 6 inches. Moving on to the windows. Typically, in a case like this, we emphasize repair of historic windows over replacement. We've looked at this, and most of the windows were replaced in the 1977 renovation with aluminum framed units, and some of them are pretty good. You can see on the left there the arched auditorium windows. Those are replacement units. If you could zoom in, if we had the ability to zoom in, we could see that the grids are not part of the glass; they're on the outside of the glazing. The front-facing windows appear to be original, and staff recommends in this case that those be repaired and retrofitted as a condition of approval. Likewise, the other aspect of the window proposal is adding new windows to visible elevation on the east and west sides of the building. That's generally not recommended by the city's design guidelines. Here, we went through a process of reviewing the existing window configuration and how it's changed over time. You can see the existing the windows on that east facade in the upper left, and then their proposal. Some of the openings have been bricked in, others have been added, enlarged, covered. There's a big addition on that side, but the result is a really irregular solid to void ratio. It's not typical of buildings of the period. It really hinders the usability of the interior space. So in our opinion, the window configuration on these sidewalls is really not a character defining feature here that shouldn't be altered. With the retention of the front windows as a condition, we think that the addition of these windows on the sides are appropriate. And just for interesting reference, this is the original Scott and Welch design from their drawings. You can see here that the proposal isn't exactly what they proposed and what they intended, but it's a lot closer than what is there today. So we're coming back a little bit to the original intent. Now, finally, we have the last major item of discussion, which is a new residential building on the former Alta Club parking lot at right to the east of the Elks Club building. It's about 0.82 acres. It's surrounded by, you have the Elks Club building, which is 6 stories, 97 years old, 1923 on the west, and on the east is the Brigham apartment buildings, which is 8-story residential. That was completed in 1998. The Alta Club used this for parking from 1950 through 2012. This is the proposal, the main primary elevation on the South Temple side.
I know.
It's a 3-story podium, a base with 5 levels of apartments above. The base and cornice, they're evident on the South Temple facades, and you can see the bays and windows on the balconies that are aligned symmetrically, with the middle, which is a bowed out, you'll see in the renderings. Then to the south, or to the west, southwest corner is the main entry. With the additional height that's been requested, we think that the building's height really reflects the character of the surrounding buildings, which are very similar in height along this streetscape. So here's a rendering that shows the bowed front and the entrance. It also pointed out a little discrepancy that we saw between the drawings and the renderings here. The plan showed that the building face would extend right up to the front property line. We think and have discussed with the applicants that it should be set back a certain amount in order to maintain the existing pattern of plantings between the sidewalk and the front street wall. You see that on the Brigham Apartments. You see it on the Eagle Gate to the west, and then further up on the Covey Apartments has a similar configuration. It's also called out in the South Temple design guidelines. So without major changes to the configuration, because it's a tight space design-wise, we're talking about, at this point, a 4-foot setback from the property line. That would allow some landscaping without too much reconfiguration. We'd also recommend that you, in your motion, allow staff a little latitude in resolving these kind of issues. The proposed material palette is also in your materials. And this is kind of a summary of what they're proposing. You have precast concrete wall materials and details, cut stone in the center with accent panels in the purple area. Then it transitions to a cement stucco with horizontal joints and accents flanking that side, and then a smoother finish stucco on the upper story. The details, you have clad wood windows in a variety of configurations, and then most of the other architectural details are variations on black. So you have black rails, you have black doors, you have black storefront. The renderings, one thing we want to point out is that when you see the renderings, it looks very monolithic in appearance. That'll be, we think, less apparent on the constructed building. When you see the materials in the applicant's presentation, there's some difference there. So there will be some variation and some subtlety that doesn't show in the rendering. And in general, there's a sense of our architectural hierarchy on the design of the front facade in general. There is also a special exception requested for here. This is the same zone, but the maximum height for a residential building in this zone is 75 feet. They're requesting an additional, it's between 22 and 24 feet of height on the south and west sides. That would essentially add a story to the building, and it would line up with the surrounding buildings. It's roughly comparable to that. Oh, we made it. Okay, so we arrive at the end of the staff's presentation. Usually you would see a list of recommendations. I have that if you want to see it, but it is truly unreadable in terms of the motions and the recommendations here. You can refer to the staff report and the motion sheet for that. Again, with all of the scope and complexity and all the detail involved in this project, you know, we're proposing as staff that the commission maybe allow a little more latitude with resolution of the details on the design, and then with the certainty that if anything deviates from the intent of the standards or the design guidelines, we would certainly bring it back to the commission for review. With that, I am open for questions.
Thanks, Nelson. Good presentation. Commissioners, do you have questions for Nelson?
Yes, I have a question, Nelson.
Yes.
For item 3, the new construction,
Mhm.
do we, I could probably go in through the staff report again, but I just wanted to confirm with you. When it comes to the solid to void ratio in the zoning district, do the guidelines speak to that? It just seems to me like the front facade is almost entirely, there's just a lot of glazing on that front facade, so I just wanted to confirm those guidelines with you.
There is, and the design guidelines and the standards are outlined there in attachment I, which I don't expect you to immediately be able to refer to.
Okay.
But we found that the solid to void ratio was in general commensurate with surrounding buildings of similar scale and size. And I'm not reading it because I don't have it in front of me, but that's a summary. The configuration is kind of evocative of what formerly existed on the historic Eagle Gate apartments, and you see that stacked windows also on the Elks building to the west. So that's a summary of what I can recall on the windows.
Okay, thank you, Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, other questions for Nelson?
I'll ask Nelson, this might be a question for the applicant, but on the new construction on South Temple, is the building still that stark white color that is shown in the presentation just now?
That I kind of got into it a little bit. You know, I was speeding through that to try to keep the time down. I think they'll have better samples of the materials that they're proposing. I think the renderings make it look a lot more monolithic than it really will be, but you can see.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, maybe we should move into the applicant then. Mr. Davis, would you like to tell us about your project, please?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chairperson Peters. Can Aubrey let me take over the screen or share my screen?
It's coming to you right now, David.
Can you see my screen yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that to come up, thank you again for the opportunity to visit with you tonight. We are excited about this project presentation too. If you remember, we've had 2 work sessions with this group, both in March and April earlier this year. We've had one open house, an all-community open house that was hosted by Greater Avenues. And we've had a significant amount of time and effort with city staff, making sure that we are doing our part to follow guidelines and ordinances and identifying where we comply and possibly where we may not comply and why we don't comply in some specific areas. So that's been going on for the last 3 or 4 months, and we'd be happy to answer any questions after this. I just need somebody to tell me when you can see my screen.
Don't see it yet, David.
There's a little extra button After you hit share, it like says, do you really want to share?
I think the man in the bow tie gets a treat for that.
All right, gold star for me.
We can see it. Great.
Thank you. So, before we begin, just know that Nelson and us are sharing a lot of the same imagery. So you're going to see some of the same imagery. We don't coordinate our presentation. So I'm going to blast through some of these things that you might have already seen in Nelson's presentation. This is the site as it exists. When we talk about the zoning, the visual element is in the green is the RMF 75 area, which is technically the Victorian and the historic homes along First Avenue. The RMU district encompasses both the Elks and the Garage, which is one parcel, and the Alta Club parking, which is the proposed South Temple residential building. Those are combined in the RMU zone. The site plan for us, we continue to track it as one whole project, but in red, you'll see what we have minor requests or requests for minor alterations, requests for major alterations at the Elks building, requests for the new construction with a special construction at the South Temple building. And then we do see, just like you saw in Nelson's, where we identified that we're in the Avenues Historic District. And then in the red lines, you'll see that we've got a couple of interior property line adjustments that we need to make to bring the South Temple residential building onto its own parcel. The site plan, which has a site data chart that staff has been reviewing, shows how we're conforming both to setbacks and open space requirements. The blue is the parcel with the Elks and the Garage, the yellow is the residential, and the orangish color is the historic home color. This is more of a technical site plan that we've been using that's been dimensioned and has takeoffs and square footages that build our conformance evidence for city staff. The first item for us really is the Elks building, the grand dame of South Temple. 1923 is Nelson mentioned, but there are some quirks to this building, and we recognize the quirks, which makes it special, but it also makes it a little bit challenging from a redevelopment standpoint. The floors in the building don't realign. They haven't lined since it was built in 1923. Nelson mentioned the proposal to add windows on the east and west elevations. To clarify that, it's east and west elevations on the south end of the building. We're not proposing to touch the historic buildings on the north end of the building on the east and west, where you have the arch feature windows and the square windows towards the base, and the terracotta accents on the windows above the arch windows. That's all staying in place. But if you could see from this photo, the building wasn't designed to have any openings really on the southeast and southwest ends of the building because of the use on the interior of the building. That's not really commensurate with a contemporary use of a building. In this case, the proposed office use. We need to be able to open this building up and get natural light, air, ventilation into this building. And that's really why we're proposing the windows, as Nelson mentioned. The building's been functionally obsolete since 2013 and vacated. It has some seismic issues. We are going to take the floors out and seismically rectify this building. New columns are going to be added on the back side of the skin that you won't see from the exterior. The new floors will go in so that we get the floor alignments that we need for a good office building alignment, but they're going to work with the current windows without changing any windows on the south facade or the windows on the east and west north end of the facades. The front entry that we talked about a couple times during the work sessions is technically at the level above, one level above the street, served by stairs only. So it's not accessible from an ADA standpoint, and that's one thing that we need to try to solve too. The basement is connected at below level that 44 feet from the sidewalk, connected by a tunnel. And then the garage in the back, which was built in 1977, is 5-story, all above grade and connected to the Elks building. And we think the purpose of the brick facade on that garage is really trying to bring it into some sort of matching character of the Elks Building, which is not something that appears to be appropriate from a Secretary of Interior or from an ordinance standpoint, because it's not part of the original construction. When you look at the existing versus the proposed, the rooftop addition, we like to call it a replacement because there's already square footage upstairs. We're just taking off the older 1977 addition, which is low ceiling, undefined or undistinct architectural characteristics, and replace that with a contemporary top of this building. But we're also going to recess the south face of that rooftop addition 16 feet from the original parapet to give this building some breathing room. So when you look at it from the street at the sidewalk or street level, the building's going to look like it did in the original 1923 construction. We're also removing the fire escape stairs that were added somewhere in the last 50 years. And then when we get to this side, you'll see on the left side, we're also going to remove the aluminum and steel atrium and walkway spaces, and we're going to remove the 1970s version of the theater at the base level, and we're going to return the building really much closer to what it was in 1923. And the side view on the right side shows you the side view of the rooftop addition with the mechanical penthouse above that is pushed back off the street, so not visible from the street or sidewalk. The elevations, as Nelson mentioned, you'll see both buildings in the top elevation. You can see the rhythm and pattern of the windows and openings in the lower elevations on the east and west side, and you'll also see the garage on both sides. Now, what's new tonight is the discussion of the south entry. We had a lot of discussion in both work sessions about the proposal to retrofit, change, renovate, alter the entry into this building. These are photos of the existing condition. It's granite block, sloped walls that contain stairs behind the wall. They frame a center arched entry with a gate on it now in the beautiful elk's head motif over the top of the arch. The lights are original. We think that they were redone in 1970s, but they were redone to the original spec. And then there's low walls that contain the berm, both made out of granite block and cast granite caps. Some of the photos you could see where there's a significant amount of settlement and deterioration of either concrete or granite settlement up on the upper levels and at the stair level. Our proposal is different than we talked to you about in April, where we were proposing to remove the entire assembly. There was a significant amount of discussion. We listened to the ideas, and what we're coming back to you tonight is a design idea that suggests that we keep part of what we think is the most distinctive and memorable part of the stair assembly, and that's the front arch feature, the wall and the two columns, the lights on top of it. And then we keep some of the wall out front, but we take down the arched wall so that we can open this up and not have hidden areas that become dangerous or unsafe for pedestrian and public use. But we reuse a lot of the materials that are already there. We just reconfigure it, but we leave the center piece, the center most recognizable piece, in its place. We connect it to the building with a metal piece of lattice that ties the two together, creates an entry procession using architecture without leaving that open. And it also strengthens the wall as it stands out there today. The plaza space that is created through this effort is a public plaza. It has accent paving, it has in-paving lighting, it has a raised level above the sidewalk, 12 inches, so it has 2 stairs and a couple ramps. It has 5 ways into the plaza, 3 on the front, 2 on the sides. It has multiple seating opportunities, both fixed seating and flexible seating, and it has artwork on both sides in the center, which are depicted using these light sticks that are LED light, more animated and changeable and active to create some visual interest in the plaza itself. The result of the plaza allows us to create a storefront at the base of the building, and we now have one single entry to the building at the plaza level that is centered on the arch. One entry into the building makes it accessible, makes it logical, and it now creates a usable space downstairs in the basement that could be either used for commercial use or office use. And if that commercial use turns into restaurant or food and beverage, then the storefronts could be opened up to this plaza and we get even further interaction. So we have a couple of views. This is more of an eye level view, and you'll see that there's a proposal to add a step down to the drop off at the parking level, at the street level, which is consistent with the vocabulary of a lot of properties on the north side of South Temple where we have steps like this. It's not in the original design and it's not there now, but we think it's a nice contribution to bring it back into the character vocabulary of the rest of the North Temple or the north properties along South Temple. But it is also centered on the arch and centered on the entry. A view from the west looking to the east along the sidewalk, you'll see that there's a low wall made of the reused granite stones. It has a little low 12-inch railing on it, create a little bit of extra pseudo privacy for office users, but it's not a visual barrier. It's not a physical barrier. It's more of a feeling of we feel protected in our own space when we want to work or have a meeting on this space. The lights are reused. We will save them and refurbish them back to the original design condition and then reuse them. The interior view, you'll see looking from the east to the west, and you can see the South Temple residential building in the background, but you'll see a combination of bistro movable tables on the left side, farm style raised bar height tables in the middle, and then we have platform seating on the corners on the other side of the artwork, so you can actually sit with backless platforms and have conversation, work on your laptop, have meetings, but it's movable and fixed seating, a lot of opportunities for both public and office and retail use.
And sleeping.
I hope not, but
Oh, yeah, they'll be sleeping.
view from the east looking to the west, you'll see that there's also a low hedge at the base of the wall to create some greenery and softness and leafiness to help kind of soften the entire space and make it more inviting. There's trees on a grid on both sides of the entry to create an overstory, but they're going to be leafier and deciduous trees. And then the last view of this is really on the east side. One of the other components of this proposed design is there's a pocket park added between the South Temple residential building and the Elks building where the theater is now. This is going to be 12 inches above the drive lane into the garage, but it's also an extra space that will be used by the public and or office users to be able to have an area of respite that maybe isn't right on the street, but it's back here where you can have a little bit more private conversation or works meeting in this area. And in this time, even post-COVID, where we feel like there's a significant trend that's going to be around for a while of office users who want to be able to use more exterior spaces, this is a nice contribution of green to the street and to the neighborhood, but also usable for the neighborhood and for the office user. We provided a key for the materials on the building, and then we provided material photos and samples and explained what they are. The building is mostly terracotta and brick. We're going to reuse terracotta and we're going to maintain the brick as it is now. If we have a window that's currently bricked in, we're going to save the brick and reuse it. In the lower area of the building, we're going to have a base of precast concrete that's going to look like the terracotta, but it'll be a different material, but it'll look the same. And then we have the upper rooftop addition, which is going to be an ACM, an aluminum clad material and glass up top. And in some cases, it'll have some fritted glass and some clear glass. The windows are both a combination of aluminum with some wood. The wood windows are all going to remain in place and get repaired and refurbished. The aluminum windows are going to be replaced with more high energy efficient window systems, but they're going to look exactly the same and replicate what's there now, especially the arch feature windows. Any of the windows on the south facade is going to look the same. It's just going to be replaced with a higher efficient window system, dual pane aluminum system on both the south, east, and west and north elevations. We go through the process of identifying, if I move this, we explain which ones remain in place, which ones are replaced with replicas, which ones are removed as far as 1977 additions, and then what we're doing with them and where they're at. And then we show details about how we're integrating to the existing wall system facade that we have no desire to change. We want to be as exact as we can to put the windows back in just as they were originally in 1923. The garage, as it's viewed now, as it's proposed, it's brick now, and the brick is not matching the Elks, but it's similar to the Elks. Our opinion is it should be complementary to the Elks, not matching the Elks, because it's not part of the original Elks construction. Our idea is to create a lighter building, picking up the materials as a secondary material from the Elks building so you know that they're related, but let's leave the Elks as its standalone Grand Dame all on its own character without competing with this other bigger piece that was added 40 some years later. We added a significant amount of planting up on the rooftop through these planters, both tree planters and shrub planters to help soften this from the street. We have trees out along the street. The entry and exit are the same it is now, both for the pedestrian and for cars. And these louvered openings are in the same position they are now. We're just going to replace them with a better system that covers up the edge of the slab, but also changes the color of the louvered system. We provided material samples for that, fitted glass on the tower that's part of the garage that connects to the Elks building, the painted brick and the metal that we use for the awnings over the auto entry and the pedestrian entry. And on the south end, we want to cover the entry with the stencil cut material that you can see here over the entry drive that's on the south. It's barely visible from South Temple. The last section, the last handful of slides is about the houses, the Victorian houses on First Avenue and the 120 East First Avenue house here that we're asking for permit for demolition of a contributing building. The houses from this house over to the 136 house were built between 1902 and 1909. This house was built in 1950. I'll show you what that evolution looked like. The 1950 house is a non-style house, kind of a ranch rambler, as it's mentioned in the historic survey. And they all park on the back side. If you look at Sanborn's, you'll see that in 1898, you'll see the original house here. You'll see it again here in 1911, but you see it missing here in 1950. It's because it was demolished and replaced with the house that we're discussing tonight. The photos, this is the original house from the 1890s, built by the Snow family, who was a physician in town, but torn down in 1949. The existing wall that's there in 1890s, some of that wall is remaining, but it has been repaired and replaced in some cases. It didn't have the slope it does now. And when you look at the photo, you can see where the replacements have been. It's still a beautiful wall, but it has gone through a significant amount of replacements. And this ashlar pattern has been replaced primarily with a lot of river stone in those replacement areas. So this is 1898. This is the 1950s, after the basement was saved and from the basement up was replaced. And here's how it is today with the ownership and the original surveys. The site plans, this is what we call the street level, the main living level. This is the basement level that was saved from 1898. It was built originally as a single-family home for a family, but in the 1950s, it was rebuilt as a 3-unit apartment or rental, and it remains as a 3-unit rental today. These are photos that you've seen in your packet. Street level here, the back here, the windows both at the basement level and at the main level, living level, and this narrow driveway on the west side of the street. And you can actually see where there's a concrete base to the building that was original that they kept and then built the brick building above it. So the South Temple, maybe I lied. There is one more thing. The South Temple residential building, I must say, last but not least, the residential building, which, as Nelson mentioned, hemmed in at the edges, the west edge by the Elks Theater, and on the east side by the Brigham garage foundations. The character of the building, what we would call classic traditional character, in a cream color, lighter body color, not white. It is not going to be a white building. It'll be a cream or a light gray color, but we're trying to freshen this up for residential use. It is a structured parking behind a liner building. On the liner building, it's civic or community space at the street level, townhomes above that, and then flats above that with a podium with a pool and gardens and socialized areas. And there's a fitness building, one-story fitness building that's associated with the amenity space on the top of the podium. When you look at it in section, the blue is the parking garage. So from the street, you cannot see the parking garage. You see the civic space, you see the townhomes, and you see the flats. That's what gives it its handsome facade facing the street. Here is the fitness building at the podium level, which is actually at the same level as the parking at the Victorian Homes and the Elks building in the background. We've seen the elevation before. These are the side elevations. There's a rhythm of openings. There was a question about voids and solids. In residential buildings, we are attracted and trying to propose a high level of transparency that the living spaces have light and air and people have great living spaces, and that's what contributes to a lot of the openings. But in a stacked flat building, you get a lot of this rhythm, which we are using to the advantage of the elegance of the building. The view that you saw before from Nelson's presentation, this is a view looking from the north down into the amenity with the fitness building here, the Elks building here, and there's common area at the stair here with an elevator on the north side of the building. This is the reconfigured parking for the Victorian homes that will be used for the tenants of the Victorian homes. And the view of both buildings together that shows the Brigham and brick, the light gray, lighter building on South Temple, and then the Elks brick and terracotta building. And when you look at it in the context, you'll see the massing where Eagle Gate or Gateway, Elks, the new proposed building, and Brigham are all very similar in height and massing and proximity to the street. There's nothing unusual about that. We see white buildings around downtown, whether they're tall modern buildings or they're traditional civic buildings or they're tall office buildings, but there's white buildings and light colored buildings all over town. We don't think that that's a unusual look in downtown Salt Lake, but again, it's not going to be white. You saw this before. The primary material is cut stone at the base for the first 3 floors into the center element. We do give a key to where the materials are that are in your packet. Then we show the materials. This is the body color. It's a light gray body color. The cut stone is a tone-on-tone look with a trim that's a tone-on-tone look. The metal and then the aluminum clad window system with the railing system that is more of a Regent classic character railing system. Nelson accurately depicted what we're looking for height. There's only a height request on the south and a little bit on the east side. The rest of the building is conforming. On the Elks building, because it is 45 feet and it's already above 45 feet, as you mentioned, it's only 2 to 3 feet above what's currently there right now. When you look at it in context, this is also in your packet, but you'll see the elevations of the neighboring buildings in relation to the buildings that are proposed. And then when we look at it in totality from above, this is the proposed look. And so with that, I'll stop, take a breath, and then answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Commissioners. Do you have questions for Mr. Davis?
Mm, I don't have a question. It's interesting because isn't the building across the street just like this white building that was a parking structure and now has a couple levels of retail? Hmm?
Nelson, do you want to
Nelson's
respond to that?
here. Yeah. That's the University Club building, and you're right. It had the facade has been refinished with kind of this classicist postmodern design at the base. You still have the modernist main height of the building. So yes.
And it's this, would you say it's similar construction material? Because they look identical to me every time I drive by it 10 times a day.
Yeah. I don't know what exactly that material is, honestly.
Okay. Well, I'll look out.
look
I
at
just
it
want to
closer.
request whenever this gets done, I hope we all are invited to the grand opening because this is a major project that's going to cost a lot of money, but there's a lot of effort being made on this. I'm impressed. You've really gone the extra mile here to answer a lot of our questions. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Bev. Other commissioners?
I have a question on the houses on First Avenue. Specifically the one at 130, 134, and 138. And we kind of glossed over this in the work session, so my apologies for not clarifying this earlier, but there were some public comments on it. It's painted brick on all three of those, I think. What's the plan for either repainting or stripping, or what's the finish plan on those three?
So Commissioner Uwanowski, the 4-story apartment building here at 134 is going to remain its palette as it is now. The 130 and 132 building, we're going to repaint, but it's going to be a similar lighter color like it is now. The 2 clapboard homes will also get repainted. I did see the comment from the public, the resident, that suggested that there's some interest in keeping the oranges, green, and blue. And I think that there's a discussion that can be had about that, and we're happy to work with staff on the color selections for these. But we were proposing to tone down a little bit of this rusty red color in our original proposal, but we're happy to work with staff on the final selection of color for these.
Okay, and I'm not super worried about the color, to be honest. I don't think that's necessarily in our purview. I'm just worried about painting brick. I was talking to a Prosoco rep last week on a separate project, but same vintage downtown. She was saying that even if brick was historically painted, as you put more and more layers on top of it, it will become less and less breathable. So just something to look at, because you don't want a building where the brick's starting to degrade. So it might be worth doing some stripping or some product there, and just kind of a word of warning, I guess.
So I understand your comment now. I appreciate the insight, and you're right. The strip it and repaint it so it only has one coat and it can breathe and let moisture out would be the preferred option if we think it's already 1 or 2 coats already on there.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I have a related question, Richardson, here to John, and that is on 134, the multi-level building on the left in this photo. Is there any plan to restore the porches that originally faced First Avenue? Or not restore, but recreate?
Mr. Richardson, we have not planned to restore those porches. We were planning to restore the building as it is now and not take it back to where it was before. That's something that, from a record standpoint, we would be happy to look at what was there before, but our plan now is to restore it just as you see it now and bring it into seismic conformance, because this building is also not safe and also vacant at this time.
Well, it's a nice amenity in a residence to have outside space, and I've always looked at that building, and to me it feels naked without the porch features that certainly were there when the building was originally constructed.
We're happy to look at that with staff and consider that with staff and see what we could find out from the historical survey, what the, how the porches were added on, and see whether or not it's even feasible to add them on.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis? We can always return to that if we wish. Let's now open it up to public comment. Kayla, have we got public out there who wish to speak?
Yes, we do. I see Cindy Cromer. Cindy?
Hi,
I've unmuted
everybody.
you. Hi.
I've already submitted 2 comments contiguous to your work sessions regarding the project. They should have been in the packet. Because you're dealing with the most powerful developer in the state, and because the current proposal is less bad than the initial one, I'm going to focus my comments where they might make a difference. We all know that the Mormons arrived in this valley intent on staying. They were not going to be displaced again, and were determined to build with masonry, not wood, which was smart because there was very little wood. The adobe bricks worked until the residents had kilns to fire clay. It's all good until the residents started painting the bricks and the moisture couldn't escape. Fast forward to the 21st century, and we have masonry buildings throughout our historic neighborhoods being dipped in French vanilla paint, which will lead to spalling and deterioration over time. I understand why the developers want to dunk the parking structure in white paint, but you should try to persuade them not to do so. That is going to be a tough sell because the building isn't contributory and you do not regulate paint color. Nonetheless, it is important to give the effort your best shot because this is a very important project and will become an example for others. You are going to have difficulty enforcing on the application of paint to contributory structures if you don't attempt to educate the developer. And number 3, the masonry units will of course deteriorate faster under a coat of paint, reducing the lifespan of the parking structure, and the replacement of the parking structure could jeopardize the Elks building and the historic buildings on First Avenue. At a minimum, you should specify the use of a breathable masonry coating on the parking structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. There more public comments?
Yes, we have David Ammett. David, you're unmuted.
Great, thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of Preservation Utah, the organization I represent. The Elks building proposal before you calls for the vestigial retention of the building's tunnel and exterior staircase. And this, of course, is better than nothing, but the full retention, restoration of these same features would be an even better solution to the Elks building entryway. And this is primarily because of the experience that this tunnel offers. We understand that the retaining the Elks building's historic entryway for use in a contemporary building is asking PRI to take a risk, but this is a risk that is worth taking. The retention of the tunnel and the staircase would maintain the Elks building's historic integrity, but more to the point, the historic entryway would provide the Elks building with a distinct character that will make this building more and not less marketable heading into the future. As we move into a world where brick and mortar retail increasingly gives way to online shopping and brick and mortar offices are replaced with remote work situations, the buildings that will more assuredly remain competitive will be those that are distinct spaces that tell unique stories and offer unique experiences. Companies today go to great lengths to find buildings of this ilk, even to the urban fringes once deemed undesirable. Salt Lake City's Granary District is a good example of this. The Elks Building stands in a highly desirable and developable urban heart, but has yet retained its exterior character for nearly a century. Removing the building's singular entryway, replacing it with the sort of entrance found on nearly 100% of the commercial buildings in Salt Lake and elsewhere, is bypassing an opportunity to offer future Elks Building tenants an experience they can enjoy nowhere else, and perhaps the very sort of experience that will make them Elks Building tenants in the first place. For this reason, we ask tonight the Landmarks Commission request PRI to retain the historic Elks Building exterior tunnel and staircase entryway. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else, Michaela?
There's one, I don't see any other comments. There is one call-in user, call-in, and I would like to, just a moment, unmute them. Call-in, there's a call-in user. Would you like to speak to this item? Apparently not. I don't see, oh, I do have my hand up. Bruce, I'm unmuting you, Bruce.
Hi, I'm interested in speaking to the Durand solar installation item, which is further down the agenda, not this one.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
I don't see any other hands up.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank
you.
In that case, we'll return the floor to David Davis. Would you like to respond to any of those comments?
Thank you, Chairperson Peters. I don't think I have a further comment. I hear them, I understand them, and I appreciate the insight. And I'm happy to continue to do research on our options on looking at the coating of brick, and using a breathable masonry coating is an option, and happy to have this suggestion, and we'll take that to heart and work with staff on it.
Great, thank you very much. All right, at this point, let's move into executive session and discuss these proposals. And I'd like each one of you to weigh in, even if it's succinct like and approving like Babs. All comments would be good to hear.
I just had one question that's a little a sidebar here. Michaela, having only served on this committee for a short time, why do we, or has there been recent discussions about regulating paint colors? Just
We
in
do
general?
not no,
Yeah.
we do not regulate and
Has it ever
haven't
been-
ever regulated the colors of paint or
But have
or
we
color.
ever had those discussions that, to your knowledge, to even, consider it?
I
We have
think they're
not.
talking more so about the treatment of historical material, Babs, opposed
Uh-huh.
to color or material regulation, just more so making sure that the materials are being protected. So
Sure.
acting in
But
that way.
I'm just wondering in general if we've ever had discussions about having any kind of legislation about limiting paint colors. It would be interesting. But anyway, has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. So go ahead, everybody else. Sorry.
Okay. Aidan, would you like to start?
Sure, Kenton. Thanks. Yeah, I think just generally, I appreciate the applicants listening to what we had to say and coming up with the solution of the front entryway, and at least, yeah, entertaining the idea of bringing some type of proportion and scale of what is existing to this proposal. However, I would have to say that I agree with Preservation Utah's stance in that the current historic entrance to me just feels so significant that the loss of it, I think, would be a huge loss to not only the city but the state of Utah. And I appreciated Preservation Utah coming forth with other reasonings behind their beliefs. And I do think that this will set the structure apart in the future. And I think something that was built then, like that entrance, isn't something that will happen going forward. So I think that it's worth putting in the effort to figure out what that looks like, whether it's reconstruction, using as much historic existing material as possible. But I think right now I'm having a hard time thinking about approving the removal and reorientation of the entrance to the to that structure. And then as far as the other two go, I think the other two items, my thoughts around the demolition, I think it's hard to, demolish any contributing structure, especially when they kind of said early on that there could be other options, such as reducing the parking garage. But I do understand staff's finding that this would allow for the success of the overall project. It's just moving forward, thinking about other applications that come to us for demolishing contributing structures, even if it is a post-war World War II bungalow. So I think I feel good about approving that demolition as well as the new construction items, both of those items. But for the Elks building, I'm kind of feeling conflicted with the entryway. And then, yeah, those are kind of my thoughts right now.
Great, thank you. Other commissioners? John, what are your thoughts, please?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I want to start by thanking the applicant for kind of starting to meet us in the middle on that tunnel entrance. I know that was a big sticking point during both of the work sessions, and I'm happy to see that central archway and kind of the granite, the central part of the granite structures retained, along with those light fixtures. I think those are cool and also a character defining feature of the building. For me, I think that goes a long way to kind of retaining that entrance to that degree. And I think it's a pretty good compromise. I would love it if the steps were kept and if the tunnel was kept, but I definitely understand that that might not be the most pragmatic or utilitarian use of that space to have a berm kind of blocking off South Temple from the building. As far as the new building's concerned, I agree a lot with what the applicant said, that a white building, not that I don't think it's really the color, I think it's the quality of the color, the brightness and the kind of attention that it will bring. Isn't that rare for downtown Salt Lake City? I mean, you look at the aerial image that was just up on the screen, the church office building, church admin, the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, across the street, the University Club. We see a fair amount of white buildings in downtown Salt Lake City. So I don't think it's too out of place. And I do think that the design of the new building meets the standards for new construction in a historic district. So I'm on board with that. I've kind of made some concerns heard about painting the brick, and I agree with Cindy Cromer's comments. I think we should tread lightly, and the applicant should tread lightly, just to make sure that they're not damaging any historic materials. Otherwise, I think that kind of cover the demolition of the contributing building. Yeah, I agree with Aiden's sentiments. I think it can be a precedent setter, but this just seems like such a unique project where demoing that one building really helps the overall development, and I think overall helps the city just by virtue of restoring the Elks building. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, John. All right. Victoria, would you care to share your thoughts on this, please?
I too have made my peace with losing the bungalow house. And my concern also exists. I really want to hear what Commissioner Richardson's input is on the repurposing of the tunnel there. Because while I do see it as a nod and a respect for what we commented on, I'm also just worried that it's like a death knell. Like the first time we have a remodel or someone who wants to do something next, that vestige of that history is going to be removed, and that this current design actually makes that pretty easy to accomplish. So the bulk of my concern exists around there. And I do believe that Cindy Cromer always has amazing insights on things, and the protection of the brick is probably something that warrants a more grave consideration and guidance on.
Great, thank you, Victoria. And with that lead in, I will hand the microphone to David Richardson.
Well, thank you, Kenton, and I want to thank the applicant for a good college try. I'm going to approach this in a clockwise motion and just try and move quickly. In my personal opinion, the parking garage does not need to be repainted, but it's, sir, I'm absolutely adamantly against painting masonry. Even though this is modern masonry and it's not as fragile as the older masonry that Ms. Cromer has been discussing, to me, masonry is a product that shouldn't need paint. Moving next to the demolition of the contributing structure, I think for the common good, this is an acceptable loss. As part of that loss, it is encouraging that the applicant is planning on renovating the other structures along First Avenue, which are, I think, contributory to a beautiful temple vista to the west. I don't think it's in our purview, but I would certainly encourage the applicant to consider restoring the outdoor space, the porches that were on building 134. As for the new construction, I have no issue with the height. I think it does fit in nicely with the buildings on either side of it. To Mr. Knight's observation, it will likely feel much less monolithic than appears in the elevations. Real materials on the lower levels are certainly nice. To use stucco on the upper levels makes sense economically. I applaud the applicant for using a premium window product on that project. Now wrapping up with the Elks Club building, I side with Dr. Ammett and Preservation Utah. I think that Dr. Ammett really put it in a very eloquent way that this is a unique building, and it's on our most important street. And to take unique space and replace it with pedestrian space, to use a term that has multiple meanings, I think that's wrong. And I'm going to do a Mitt Romney on this one and vote my conscience, which is that current facade of the Elks Club building is certainly an important and character-defining feature. And I could elaborate on that, but I think to create a false sense of history, which is in paragraph 3 of our standards 21A 34020G, is wrong. And we don't need a false sense of history here. We need to embrace our history, and it's important. That said, I like the fenestration proposals for the east and west facades of the building, And I think that the rooftop addition is encouraging. However, I think we need to note that if we're going to go up 2.5 feet, that's no big deal. But the applicant is also asking to drop the face of this building 10 or 12 or more feet to accommodate a proposed plaza. And so it wouldn't be, if we're going to take this project as a whole, we are not just approving a 2.5-foot increase in height. We would be approving an increase in height that's probably 15 or 20 feet overall. And to that, the special exception ordinance 21A 52060, paragraph, I think it's E, says that there shall be no destruction of significant features if we're going to approve additional height. So I will rest my case. I side with Dr. Ammett, Preservation Utah, and their very eloquent description of the issue. Thank you.
David, thank you. Good insights on that, especially the effective additional height. You know, where are we really measuring the height from then? Mike, let's pass it over to you, please. Your comments.
Yeah, can recall that I recused myself from, I do have
Oh, of
very strong
course.
opinions, but I'm not able to comment on this particular case.
I'm sorry, I sit corrected. I'd forgotten that part. Okay, I guess I got to weigh in now. You know, frankly, I think the new construction proposed is excellent. I have no issues with any part of that. The restoration of the existing apartments on First Ave are good and appropriate. And the demolition of the contributing structure, as I said in the work session, I think that building was put there just as the linchpin to make this bigger project work. And I don't see demolition of that building as being a problem at all. So I'd approve that. Likewise, the work on the parking structure with the attention needing to be paid, as others have pointed out, to the paint situation. Going into this, I was thinking that the tunnel issue was a good compromise. You know, my thinking has been that yes, it's an historical element, the tunnel and the raised grading, that brings up the effective base level of the building. I've never really liked that as a way to enter the building, despite it being historical in the way it was built. It was not welcoming. It was dark and enclosing, and I was thinking that if something was a bad design idea when it was built, even though it's 100 years old, does age make it good? And I'd still stand by that. However, I had to know this was going toward a however because I was speaking past tense. I think David and Aidan and the gentleman from Preservation Utah made a pretty interesting point about the uniqueness of this. And I'm wondering if there might be a way to maintain this aspect of the building. You know, there's a push and pull. I can see the appeal to the developer for creating those what would now be ground floor spaces opening out onto the plaza. And as much as I like the idea of public plazas, I just wonder, I haven't seen them being very effective in other buildings around the downtown. In fact, I designed one at the Episcopal Church Center a block away, and it has not come to life as we had hoped. People don't use it. It is raised above the street on First South, but you can enter on grade from Second East.
Wasn't
And
it that prayer circle that you did?
yes, there's a fountain that Bishop Tanner Irish funded, and there was a wasn't exactly a prayer circle. What did they call it? It was a
Yeah.
a path where you could walk like
Mhm.
I know the Episcopalians don't say the rosary, but it was kind of like you could walk around and do that. So I'm just with the best intentions, a lot of money put into that plaza. It hasn't come alive. And I'm wondering if we might see the same with this. So that said, I'm not sure that the approach that is presented right now is something that I would back. I appreciate the applicant's efforts to try to balance their economic and development needs with the historical aspect, but I don't think we're quite there yet with a solution that fits it all. So, other comments?
Babs, did you weigh in?
Yeah, I disagree, but John, what would be your top 3 issues? I mean, I'm interested to hear this.
My top 3 issues? I'm generally supportive of the proposal, I think. But I mean, my issues would be the removal of the granite steps and the granite walls
Mhm.
surrounding that central tunnel. To me, it's not even it's just a weird hybrid structure because it's both a site element and also an architectural element. So it's an interior space in that it's also a landscape feature. So that kind of complicates the matter to me, at least kind of in my thinking. That's basically my sticking point. I mean, yeah, and painting the masonry, but
And Kenton,
Yes.
same thing. And because I think a lot of us are going around supporting most of this, and again, the arch, the front is a sticking point here that I'm hearing, and I could go either way on that. But Kenton, what's your biggest issue with that?
It's kind of like a facadomy, where
Good word.
where it is the original. It's the original form. It's the original materials, and I appreciate and I like that staff said restore it in place. But it seems it's made this thing two-dimensional, figuratively as well as literally. Would there be a way to extend the tunnel form back to the roof? Excuse me, to the base of the building, or
Mhm.
it. You know, all the while I'm thinking that the developer and architect have done a bang up job on everything, and it's a really important project for the city.
Mhm.
But this one little thing isn't quite right, and I
Could we support everything, vote in favor, move this forward, but kind of hold this out for more study and more recommendations?
Babs, this has been, we've been given 3 different issues to vote on here.
Mhm.
And so the way staff has laid out the motion sheet it allows us to
Let me pull it up.
tackle these projects separately.
Mhm.
So I kudos to staff.
But yes, you could, Babs,
Okay.
when you vote on that particular
Mhm.
um
I'm gonna pull up.
alteration.
Yeah,
You
that
could
again.
pick elements to approve and elements not to. You
Okay.
could table other portions of it.
So we
Yeah.
wouldn't have to condition it, we would just table that section?
Which part is that one with the front of all of these attachments? Can you lead me there?
Oh, gosh, it's the motion sheet in our,
Okay.
in our,
Got
in
it.
the Dropbox. I know it's just, so many attachments, but
Right.
it actually made them easier to download, so.
Okay.
Uh, well, should we work our way into that? Take the non-contentious ones and make motion and votes on that? Nelson,
Sure,
could you direct us to,
B and C, yeah.
okay. David, have you got them? Do you want to?
I've got them in front of me, and of course, I've given them a lot of thought, so.
While you're
I-
looking at those, David, and kind of forming what you want to say,
Yeah.
do you mind, Mr. Chair, if I just make one comment?
Yes, please, Michaela.
Particularly about the painting, definitely in office staff. I mean, we've had some fun arguments when Carl was back here about water-based paints and stains and masonry. So we certainly will work with the applicant, and we have in-staff knowledge, and obviously the applicant does as well, to address the painting issues. As far as the non-contributing building goes, I think that's certainly a bit tougher for us because it's a non-contributing parking structure as far as standards.
I think perhaps, and there won't be a motion on this tonight, but perhaps, you know, we can say painting masonry structures in historical districts or painting masonry structures anywhere is not a good idea. And I think the applicant has heard that. To act that way remains to be seen, but yeah, it's paint on masonry bad.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to bring up those 2 points while everyone's getting into their motion sheet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Kent,
David?
I've got these queued up if you want me to just roll through
Yes,
them.
yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to do a motion to approve as proposed on item A, demolition of a contributing building at 120 East First Avenue. Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, the information presented and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission approve petition PLNHLC 2020-00915, which is a request for the certificate of appropriateness for demolition of a contributed building at 120 East First Avenue. Do this without conditions. I think the staff will do a good job.
Very good. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay. We'll take a vote then. Babs?
Aye.
John?
Iwanowski, yes.
Aidan?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
And David?
Richardson, aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move to the next one.
Okay, so this would be item B, which is a major alteration to the Elks Club building and associated special exceptions. And in this case, I am going to move to deny, and I'll be quite specific about it. So based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission deny petition PLNHLC 2020-00816, which is a request for major alterations of the Elks building at exactly 139 South Temple, and petition PLNHLC 2021-00672, which is a request for special exception for height to accommodate construction of a new addition. This is because the evidence has not been presented that demonstrates that the proposal complies with standard 21A 34020G paragraphs 2, 3, 5 and to a lesser degree 9. In particular, paragraph 3 says, quote, alterations, paragraph 3, I'll paraphrase, alterations which seek to create a false sense of history are not allowed. And in regards to the special exception, 21A 52060, paragraph E and G to a lesser degree, but E says that no destruction of significant features shall be allowed while allowing for special exception. So there you have it. I'm sure we'll have some good discussion.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion to deny. Is there a second to that, please?
I'll second it.
Second by Eden. We'll take a vote on this now. So,
Discussion?
yes,
Is there no way to untether the height issue from the tunnel issue? I'm fine with the height. The front tunnel is my
Victoria,
issue.
yeah, Victoria, I'm fine with the height too, but I think where they're coupled together, so I think we look at this as one issue.
in a sense, that's the stick.
Exactly.
Okay. So, Victoria, what is your vote on this? I guess it'd be let's see, it'd be a deny.
Yes to deny.
To deny. Very good. John?
Yes.
So you're voting to approve.
Approve the motion.
Approve the motion, so you're in agreement with David.
Yes.
Okay. Babs?
I'm still thinking, so right now I'm not going to vote either way.
Very good. That would be an abstention at this point. Okay. So we have 4 votes to deny and 1 abstention. So I believe that proposal does not pass.
Mr.
Well,
Mr.
go ahead,
Chair,
Michaela.
Motion carries, but
Motion-
it's a motion to deny. Yeah, it's
Yes.
confusing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, yes, Michaela.
I'm just double checking the effect of a denial of a special exception language in the code, so we understand the ramifications of that denial.
Okay.
Is that the one where they're prevented from reapplying for 1 year?
Oh,
Yes,
Something else.
but and I might need some legal help here from our attorneys, from
Can we
Hannah.
table the item then? Is that different than denying?
Because Hannah, in 21A 52.140, effect of a denial of a special exception, it only refers to the Planning Commission
Oh,
saying that they would have to wait 1 year.
that's
That
not,
makes some sense because the landmarks approaches special exceptions in a slightly different way.
It does. It doesn't, Hannah, the Landmark Commission has the authority to grant special exceptions.
So is this one of those scenarios where the Planning Commission has delegated that authority to the Landmark Commission, or there's a separate statutory scheme?
Yes.
It's separate statutorily.
Okay. I guess sort of what I'm thinking we should do to resolve this is there is a motion and a second with a vote. And that vote should probably just stand as is. I don't know if there's the ability pursuant to our procedures to recall it, but if there is, then that would probably be the right process.
Well, I haven't accepted that vote yet.
Right, there's still a vote hanging out there. Just a moment. And
So,
the policies and procedures are quite similar to and I can take a look at that right
okay,
after this really quickly, are very similar to the recall language and the policies and procedures of the Planning Commission.
okay. So what did we say? Did we have enough votes for the motion to pass? Yeah, okay.
We do, but I don't think the intent, I'll take the liberty of speaking for the commission. I don't think our intent was to put them off for a year.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't like that.
these guys are good. I'm sure they could come up with something. We just like them to go away for a month and think about it and come back with another proposal.
Okay, if
And that's
that's,
pretty clear in our minutes.
But that's
I
not
mean,
what our
if
motion
that's
is.
the case, that's a different motion. You know, that's a motion to table in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we're just flagging this so that the Landmark Commission is clear on what their intent is when this decision is made.
Well, I suppose we can,
I think
I'm happy to make another motion.
Mhm.
Okay, well, and then I would reject that, or not reject. I will not confirm that vote tally at this point because the commissioner who proposed this, made this motion, would like to retract it and propose a somewhat different motion.
Good to go.
That going to work, Michaela?
Yes, I think so. If the intent is to table it because the code is clear, is clear on the Planning Commission's special exception authorities, but not clear on the Landmark Commission's 1 year wait as an effect of the denial, my recommendation would be to table it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I'd like to do here is to deny one and table the other. So I'm going to split this into two motions.
Great.
And the first motion is based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, information presented, received during the public hearing. I move that the commission table petition PLN HLC 2021-06-00672, which is a request for special exception for height to accommodate construction of a new addition. And I'll clarify that I think that it's unclear how much height that we would be approving based on my next motion. So, if indeed the next motion, I'll just leave it at that. So it's unclear how much height we're approving.
Very good.
Therefore,
So we have
table, yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to table the special exception for height. And can I
Second.
get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Votes, please. Aiden,
Yes.
John,
Aye.
Babs,
Yes.
Victoria,
Yes.
and David.
I think Babs needs to aye as well.
Okay.
Well, since I now have this thing, I can't figure out how to make myself live.
You're live.
I'm live now?
Yeah.
Okay, I said yes. I approve the motion.
Okay, so that motion is tabled. And we can move on to your next motion, David.
Okay, so I'm going to rattle through this quickly because I just said it earlier. Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, the information presented and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission deny petition PLN HLC 2020-00816, which is a request for major alterations of the Elks Club building at 139 South Temple Street. This is because the evidence has not been presented that demonstrates that the proposal complies with the following standards. 21A, 34020G, standards for certificate of appropriateness, paragraphs 2, 3, 5, to a lesser degree 9. In particular, this does not comply with paragraph 3, and paraphrasing, this is because alterations which seek to create a false sense of history are not allowed.
And I
Very good.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will go for a vote.
Can I ask a question, Commissioner Peters?
Yes.
This is David Davis, the applicant. I thought we were heading towards an option where we also table this request so that we have a month to work on the front of the building and come back to you. Otherwise, what you're voting on delays us for a year on the Elks building remodel, which essentially delays the entire project a year. So the tabling of the height is one thing, but if we deny this, then we most likely have a year wait. Can we propose to table both Elks requests for a month? Give us a chance to work with you on item B and not deny it tonight.
Denying the certificate of appropriateness doesn't have the same effect, but they would have to reapply, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I don't think that was the intent either.
You know, actually, it might be good to see this as a reapplication because it is a standalone. We're only looking at this one building versus this whole plethora of issues. We can just focus on the Elks Club and the applicant can get on with their permitting of all the other projects.
With all due respect, it is one whole redevelopment. Stopping one effectively changes the whole. So we need to be able to think about it as a whole and continue to think about it as a whole. It's designed as a whole, it's thought about as a whole. I'm just asking, can we table both parts of the Elks, the major alteration request and the height, and give us a chance to work with you on the topic that we're stuck on?
Well, that suggests that we're tabling the entire project.
You still have them separated into separate motions. So you would be tabling the petition for alterations on the Elks building and the special exception. You could then proceed with the others. I don't know if you were to approve the other things then and not approve this, where that would leave the applicant. But that's certainly something you can do.
That would mean that at our next meetings, we wouldn't have to go over all of these items again if we're just tabling the one, right? I mean.
Right, exactly.
So that would maybe benefit our time.
Yes, right, exactly. So you've approved the demolition, you wouldn't see that again. If you move forward and approve with conditions the new construction, you would not see that again. If your intent is to have them come back, reevaluate and work, you can either separate out. The special exception is a little bit different. Let's go ahead. It seems like your intent absolutely is to table that. If you deny the certificate of appropriateness, they would have to reapply. There's no 1 year reapplication for that. But if your intent is to somehow table that too, you may want to consider that. Or consider the motion on the table to deny it.
Well, David, it would seem like our intention is to have them step back for a moment with both the special exception and the tunnel issue. And unless I'm missing something, I don't see a problem with tying those both together as tabled items. Do you have a different intent in this, in a denial versus a tabling?
I'm not sure I understand the process well enough to answer that. I'm concerned that the applicant has had 3 opportunities here and keeps returning with Disney-esque proposals. Mind you, this one is better than the last 2, which unfortunately were the same. So I personally don't see the difference between a table and a denial, except that with a denial, the applicant has the opportunity of appeal, which may make their process go faster.
If your intent, David, is to have them reevaluate it, you can go ahead and table, and you've already cited on the record the standards and paragraph citations to be absolutely noted why it's tabled, and with the expectation that those are resolved for an approval, for a future approval, that the design meets those standards.
Okay.
And
Okay. Well, in so much as I have the floor, I move to table PLNHLC 2020-00816.
You can't do that yet because
I
we still have,
can't.
there's
we
a
have a
motion on
motion.
the floor.
Finish.
Yeah,
You're right. We're partway through the road. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for the rules of
Okay.
order.
Okay, so we need to take a vote then. So a nay vote.
Perhaps if we're in the middle of a vote, do we have to go completely through it?
yeah, we do.
Everyone abstain or what?
I think if motion to table supersedes everything at this point in time. But Michaela, I'm gonna throw that back at you. I would rather just deny this motion that's on right now, quickly, boom, 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 and then come back and table.
That's easy. That's the easiest thing to
Okay,
do.
yeah, let's do that. So let's take a vote to approve or deny the motion that we've got right now. Babs,
I move to deny the motion.
deny. Okay, John,
No on the motion.
thank you. Aiden,
No on the motion.
Victoria,
Deny the motion.
and David.
Deny my motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that is denied unanimously.
Thanks, Babs.
Will someone?
You're doing it the right way because
Yeah.
our intent is, we like what you're doing. You're doing a lot of great work here. We're still not pleased with this one part. Just one more time, try and fix
Maybe
this. Yep.
Very good. Okay, so we need a table motion, please.
Mr. Chair, can I ask just one question for clarification before we jump in
Certainly.
again?
Yes, please.
Is the intent here to deny all of the alterations to the Elks building, or are you focusing only on the entry feature? Because if
I'll speak to that, Nelson. We're speaking about the south facade, the historic south facade and entry. And I think that Dr. Ammett spoke very eloquently on that this evening in the public hearing.
Okay, I just wanted that in the record and clear.
Yep.
But you're taking it all as a whole.
Yeah. If you,
Yes,
the
they're
way
tabling it as a
posting
whole
now,
still.
you would be tabling the entire motion.
Right. Yeah, okay.
We are, and to some degree, the special exception for height is tied to the lowering of the building. that's been requested in the application.
Yeah, because it's all wrapped up together.
Clarification.
Right, they're dependent.
May I suggest one more thing, just on
Yes,
that,
please.
on that tabling? So for the special exception, you've given the reason that we can't establish the height. I think that could be fairly clearly established. I think the question is whether or not the denial would be effectively make it be effective for a year before they could reapply.
No, we're tabling all of this at this point, Nelson.
Okay.
Yeah, because we'd like them to come back
Yeah.
as soon as they can.
This is generally a good project. It just has one major problem.
Yeah. Okay, so we're ready for the table motion.
Okay, so the top. Motion to table by Commissioner Richardson, PLN HLC 2020-00816. We would like the applicant to revisit standards 21A 34020G, paragraphs 2, 3, 5, and 9.
Thank you. Need a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll work up the voting list this time. David?
Aye.
Victoria?
Aye.
Aiden?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And Babs?
Aye.
Very good. That motion passes unanimously. That item is tabled. Okay. Good work. What's next?
I got it queued up.
Good job,
Very
you
good.
all.
Okay.
You're on a roll,
Thank you.
David.
Keep it
Please
rolling.
continue.
Okay, item C. This is petitions PLNHLC 2020-00916 and PLNHLC 2021-00673. Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the commission approve these petitions. The first of which, PLNHLC 2020-00916, is a request for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction of a principal building at approximately 151 East South Temple, and PLNHLC 2021-00673, which is a special exception for height for the new construction of this building. There are conditions attached which are in the staff report. Would you like me to read those? Okay. 1, the front facade of the building shall be set back from the property line so that it will not encroach on the existing public right-of-way, and to provide landscaping as shown in the building renderings. 2, the building will work with planning staff to ensure that all required landscaping standards are met in the final design. 3, the applicants will work with planning staff on a lighting plan with additional detail that shows the lighting will meet the intent of the standards for new construction and related design guidelines. 4, portion of the proposed balconies will project from the front wall of the building. The balconies will be at least 5 feet in depth to provide sufficient room for balcony use. And final, number 5, approval of all final design details, including specific direction expressed by the commission, shall be delegated to planning staff.
Very good. Thank you, David. Would someone like to second that motion?
Second.
Very good. Thank you. Take a vote. We'll start from the middle now. John?
Aye.
Victoria?
Aye.
Aiden?
Yes.
Babs?
Aye.
And David?
Aye. Thank you.
That motion passes unanimously. And let's see, I've kind of lost track. Do we have more? Or
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, we're there on this project.
All right. So Mr. Davis is hopefully our, we've made it clear where our concerns are and where our approvals are. And encourage you to work with staff in the interim, and we look forward to seeing you again as soon as possible.
We understand.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Would people like to take a 5-minute break, stretch their legs?
Move for a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yes.
I approve it dictatorshiply.
Bio break.
Yes. So it's 7:37. We'll be back here at 7:43. Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes went fast.
It did. Item number 2 on tonight's agenda is Brigham Young Cemetery fence special exception and minor alteration at approximately 140 East First Avenue. Just a little aside, don't we know exact addresses on stuff? Why is it always approximate? That's more of a rhetorical question, but
I'm with you, brother. I mean, if the fire department arrives, do you say I live at approximately 25 East Second Avenue?
Hey now, everyone.
Okay.
You know what? In
And
case
if the letter carrier gets in a letter that's addressed to approximately 25 East Second Avenue, what are they going to do? It's going to get returned to sender.
Yeah.
there is a
Well-
reason. There is a reason, even though obviously the numbering isn't changing a whole lot in properties that you see. But if we transpose a number or something, we'd have to renotice it.
Yeah. Well, David, like in Old England, or maybe even now, it'd be Master David Richardson at the Bowery.
Right, there is
in
no
Bill
address.
Wilkinsonshire.
Mm-hmm. Sir Kenton Peters,
That's right.
Oh, that sounds good.
Bauhaus, Salt Lake City.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Staff, the planner. I think we're ready to go with this one. Amy, you ready to go for us?
Hi, yep, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. So this is a request by Emily Utt. She's representing the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who's the owner of the property, for a special exception and an associated certificate of appropriateness to increase the height of an existing fence surrounding the Brigham Young Cemetery. The cemetery is a landmark site located within the South Temple Local Historic District. And based on planning staff's analysis and findings, the request fails to meet the standards of approval, and therefore staff is recommending that the Historic Landmark Commission deny the request. The site fronts on First Avenue, and it's located between State Street and A Street at 140 East First Avenue. The cemetery is significant because it's the interment site of Brigham Young and his close family members. Young served as the second president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints from December 27, 1847, until his death on August 29, 1877. The site is located in an area with significant south to north upward grade, as well as west to east upward grade, although the site itself is relatively flat and even, which is the result of terracing achieved through retaining walls along the steep perimeter edges within the cemetery. The rock wall was built around the cemetery in September of 1877, and in the 1880s, the iron fencing and gates were added to the rock wall around Brigham Young's grave, which were fashioned and fabricated by William J. Silver, who was a successful ironworks businessman who established his career in Salt Lake City. The request is to increase the height of the decorative wrought iron fence that sits on top of a sandstone wall. The narrative submitted by the applicants notes that the cemetery has seen a significant increase in trespassing and vandalism in recent years, and they believe that raising the height of the fence will significantly improve the security to the site. The proposed fence has a height of 5 feet, and the existing retaining wall varies in height due to the slope of the site. No changes are proposed to the height of the existing retaining wall. The proposed overall combined fence height and retaining wall height varies around the site from approximately 5 feet to 9.41 feet. To achieve this additional height, the applicant's proposing to add a new wrought iron bar stock at the bottom of the existing fence, and the corner posts will be raised to correspond with the added fence height. The elevation drawings are in attachment D of the staff report for more information on that part of the request. The request does require a special exception because the maximum height allowed for fences in a front yard is 4 feet, and in interior side and rear yard, the maximum height allowed is 6 feet. So in terms of some of the key issues that we looked at in regards to this application, the first one being alterations to a historic feature of the landmark site. As discussed in the analysis of the standards for a certificate of appropriateness for a landmark site in attachment F of the staff report, the proposal to modify the existing historic fence by adding height would have a negative impact on the historic integrity of one of the original character defining features of the site. The proposed alterations do not have any historical basis and could be interpreted as creating a false sense of history or architecture. The second one being a special exception approval for fence height may be granted if the proposal complies with the standards in 21A 52030A3 of the zoning ordinance, and if it complies with the other standards, other applicable standards. The zoning ordinance does allow for additional fence height for security purposes, and when the increased height does not negatively impact the character of the neighborhood and maintenance of public and private views. In the analysis, staff found that the proposal didn't comply with the second portion of that requirement, which is the character defining, or the character of the neighborhood. The proposed height of the fence on top of the retaining wall is not compatible with the Historic Avenues neighborhood character, where fences are generally lower in height to maintain the development pattern and open rhythm of yard areas along the streetscape. In regards to also that consideration, the city doesn't typically permit taller fences in the front and side yards of residential zoning districts because they can create a walled-in effect and contribute to a poor pedestrian experience. Each of the 8 specific special exception standards for additional fence height must be reviewed and considered equally before issuing approval. In addition, the general standards for special exceptions must be met, and staff analyzed these in attachment G of the staff report and found that the proposal did not comply with A, C, D, E, and G. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention was we do have a pending text amendment related to fence height. This special exception is vested, and the Historic Landmark Commission should make a decision based on the current zoning ordinance. But it should be noted that on January 13th, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council regarding fence height text amendment, which, if adopted, would remove the special exception process for overheight fences, walls, and hedges. The ordinance does define where taller fences may be appropriate and approved by right, except for a few instances such as public facilities or recreational facility. The proposed amendment would limit fence, wall, and hedge height to 4 feet in front yards and 6 feet in the rear and side yard. In terms of the public process for this type of application, we sent out the notice of public hearing. A sign was posted on the site. As of the publication of the staff report, I did receive 2 public comments today. I added those into the Dropbox. One was in opposition to the proposal and one was in support of the proposal. And then staff has reviewed the project for compliance with the standards of approval. Those standards are 21A 34020G, the standards for certificate of appropriateness for alterations to a landmark site, the special exception standards, the general special exception standards, as well as the specific special exception standards for fence height. And again, staff is recommending denial on this project. We found that the project did not comply with these standards. And again, for reference, that analysis is included in attachment E, F, and G of the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any at this time.
I do have one question, Amy, and that is that the purpose of this is because there's been increased vandalism within the cemetery. So do you have any statistics on that number?
I don't, because but I would imagine that the applicant does it. It sounds like they're the ones that are proposing that because of that.
I'll interrupt. I swear I read something where they'd had at least 20 cases and that the headstone had been stolen. But
I think that they might have noted something about that in their narrative, but I don't have specific statistics.
All right, very good.
In that vein, can I ask, is there an alternative that the city can propose for the protection of these historical artifacts that would comply with the code?
So the code allows for 4 feet in the front yard and 6 feet in the side and rear yard. Some of the fences, in our opinion, it wouldn't meet the standards to increase the height. It may meet the special, to go through a special exception process, they would still need to go through that process. And staff also found that it didn't meet the minor alteration standards.
So
But the commission could find something.
So the owners are kind of faced with a situation where, because of the historicity of this site, there's no amount of fence height that could be approved that would offer them protection, and they'd have to find alternative means of protection.
So we did talk to them a little bit about some different ideas for security of the site. They are installing security cameras.
But what did you suggest?
What did I suggest?
Yeah.
Those were the things that we talked to them about. We also talked to them about potentially doing better signage. But ultimately, we found that the proposal didn't meet the compatibility standards as well as the minor alteration standards.
And this is happening. I give an example of southern Utah with the petro and pictographs that are being vandalized. And what are we doing? We're putting up plexiglass over them to hopefully save them. And they've had so many vandal attacks on this site. I don't know if, protecting, how to protect this really. I don't, frankly, I don't have an issue with a big fence, but this is just going to keep happening for them. So what are the alternatives?
It feels like we're being asked to cut the baby in half. Like, which historic are we going to advocate for more fiercely?
And one thing I wanted to ask was, they've moved the Brigham Young statue so many times. Is there ever a way that they could move this grave? Did you discuss that with them?
They're on the line too. They
Yeah,
be able to answer these
Oh, okay,
questions.
great. Sorry, I just probably just.
I
I'll
didn't
save
discuss
it.
that specifically, but I would imagine they would know much better than me.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. These are good questions for the applicant. Would the applicant like to give their presentation and hopefully address some of the concerns the commissioners have already expressed?
Yes, thank you. My name is Emily Utt. I am the Historic Preservation Specialist for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm joined tonight by Greg Green, who is the project manager for the larger project that we are doing at this site, and Eric Sabin, who is the landscape architect that we've been working with on this project. Could I share my screen? I have just a few images that I'd like to share. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let me just pass that over to you. It may take just a couple seconds, Emily.
It's coming.
Yay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Maybe just give a little bit of bigger context of what we're proposing. There's actually another certificate of appropriateness application in front of the staff right now to do a larger maintenance and renovation project at this cemetery. The sandstone wall is deteriorating. We have some mortar spalling, cracks, those things. We are putting a project together to repair that wall. We're also planning to repair the historic fence. You'll see in some of the other images that angle iron was attached to the cemetery side of the fence at some point. So this project would involve removing that angle iron, repairing damaged elements that are of wrought iron, repainting, getting that fence back up to speed. The paving materials are failing. Sandstone was installed at this property a couple of decades ago, and it's posing serious maintenance and trip hazard problems. So we're working with staff on selecting new paving materials that will meet the standards, as well as be a little easier for us to maintain. We are replacing site lighting, adding an additional couple of light fixtures within the site in an attempt to brighten things up, especially in the lower area that is fairly covered by trees. We have a number of trees that have reached end of life, and other landscape elements, some shrubs, flower beds, other things that we are looking at upgrading, replacing. Most of that work will be like for like replacements or similar enough species that will do better in this climate. We're also planning to upgrade the sprinkler system that is now a couple of decades old and needs to be repaired. So there's a lot of small things going on at this site to extend the life of this property and other, hopefully, until I retire in, give me 40 years. And then the big issue in front of this body tonight is raising the fence height. The preservation issues and the historic issues at the cemetery have been at the forefront of our minds as we have been planning this project. We have done extensive archival research documenting the evolution of the cemetery to identifying various periods of significance. We completed a ground penetrating radar survey last year. Knowing the amount of work that will be done in the cemetery, we want to do everything we can to avoid archaeological features in the cemetery. We know of about 40 plus burials within the cemetery, and only about less than a dozen of them are marked at this point. We are planning to work with our contractor, has crews in place. We'll be doing all ground excavations by hand using hand tools. We don't want to hit anything, and we're doing everything we can to avoid that.
Can you explain that? Sorry, can you explain that red and blue picture right there?
Yes, so the red lines are archaeological features that are in this particular slice. The ground penetrating radar works by, you send radar into the ground and it will refract light back based on the density of what it hits. So the red marks show that there is something below ground in this particular slice, 3 to 4 feet below ground. And that lines up with, we think those are grave markers, burials under the ground in this particular location. The stuff that's a little more mottled in that red, that might be tree roots or remnants of an old sprinkler system, or the ground is wetter there. But usually a rectilinear shape indicates a foundation or a burial site. Yep. We're also working with contractors that specialize in this type of work. Insight is our landscape architect firm that we've been working with. They've done extensive work for the church on other historic buildings. Jacobson Construction is the general contractor on this, and they have extensive experience in historic preservation projects. Metal Arts Foundry is our subcontractor who will be doing the fence repairs, and Child Enterprises is our masonry contractor who will be working on the wall repairs, making sure that all of that work meets the standards. I want to turn it really quickly to Greg, if he get his audio to work, to talk a little bit about the security issues that we're facing at this property.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Greg.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, this is Brigham Young plaque on his gravesite. Had a number.
I'm having difficulty hearing Greg.
I am as well. Greg, is there any way, sorry to interrupt you, that you can play with your audio or play with your microphone settings?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, this is Brigham Young's plaque that's on his monument, and you can see that beautiful piece of graffiti there. We have noted in the last year and a half that there's been 7 different instances at the cemetery that has resulted in property damage. Things have been broken, knocked over, and as we go through a few more slides, you'll see that. We've had stolen grave markers, holes dug in the grass by animals that are climbing the fence with obviously their owners. We've had fires in there at time and plenty of littering. Here in this next slide, this is the bust of Brigham Young that was pushed over in 2019. Obviously you can see there's quite a bit of damage there. There again on that right picture, there's some more dog digging on the ground. You know, there is existing lighting and signage up there, but at this point, they're not very much of a deterrent for trespassers and such. Improved lighting generally will deter a little bit or minor trespassing, but it's not a major act. You know, we can't have super bright light in this area that is very much a residential area at this point at night. Emily, could you go to the next slide, please? Oh, go back up one. Yeah, we're missing one of the lower fences, but hey.
Yep. Right. Well, actually, Greg, I'll show that in a moment. So like Greg
Okay.
said, we've had 7 major incidents in the last 18 months and at least 20 incidents in the last year of dogs digging in the cemetery, getting access after hours. So
And
it's
one
it's
thing
an
that our
ongoing.
grounds people have noted that weekly they're finding trespassing situations up there, whether it's graffiti or, like I said earlier, the fires, or there's actually been a lot of graffiti. So it's a constant thing going on up here, and we're just trying to help minimize that.
The cemetery is locked at night between about 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. The cemetery has actually been locked completely during COVID. The church made a decision that all of their facilities would be locked. So the Brigham Young Park at the corner of Second Avenue and State Street has been closed for the last year, and this cemetery has been largely closed for the last year as well. But generally, the park is open during daylight hours. Church security will come up at night, lock the fence up, and occasionally they will make rounds, but they generally have other buildings to patrol during nighttime hours. So a couple of other things. The staff report commented.
Open
Sorry,
in
Greg?
the morning at around 8 a.m. It's locked at night, and then in the winter, because of snow and ice and all that stuff, basically from Thanksgiving until the middle of March, it is closed.
So the staff report commented that other cemeteries don't have security fencing around them like this Brigham Young Cemetery proposal. And I wanted to just show a couple of images demonstrating the variety of fencing available. This top image is the Mount Olivet Cemetery, which I am aware is not a listed historic place in Salt Lake City. However, it does have a 6-foot tall chain link fence around their entire cemetery. The bottom right corner is a portion of fence at the Salt Lake City Cemetery near the ballpark. That's on the, what side is that on? On the west side of the cemetery. And you can see again a 6-foot tall chain link fence with a really welcoming razor wire section above it. So other cemeteries in Salt Lake that have historic graves do have occasional security fencing. I haven't found evidence of these other cemeteries having the same type of regular vandalism that the Brigham Young Cemetery currently has. There are other nearby properties that have fences at similar heights. Ironically, the property that all of you just approved to demolish has a retaining wall and fence that well exceeds the special exception height. 180 First Avenue, so just a few doors up the street, has a fence that is almost 6 feet tall. And the corner of First Avenue and A Street, that property is at the Cathedral of the Madeleine School, has a retaining wall and fence that is approximately 9 feet tall on the corner of the property. So I just wanted to show a couple examples that while yes, that this area is a residential district, and by and large, most fences are low or just landscaped, there are some examples within a couple of blocks of this building where increased fence heights have been approved. I wanted to also highlight the impact that this is having to the fence in this property at this much trespassing. The fence on the east and west sides are approximately 32 inches. Very easy to jump over. I have friends who've told me that they jumped over this fence when the gate's been locked because they wanted to get inside. And those are people without malicious intent. The pickets at the top of the fence, we have multiple examples of those pickets have been damaged by people jumping over and probably catching a foot or a pant leg or something on it as they go. And this fence is extremely low and very easy to jump on the east and the west sides. The south side fence is bounded by the retaining walls that support the Brigham Apartments. So if you are smart enough to scale the 12-foot tall retaining wall and then jump the fence, I kind of want to give you access. You've done a good job. The north fence is approximately 4.5 feet tall. I think I mentioned that here. So again, the current fence and the wall vary in height. The overall fence is about 3 feet. The wall is what varies around this site. The north fence is about 48 inches. We believe strongly that increasing the fence height will greatly improve security at this cemetery. Lighting will help, signage will help people that care to read the sign, but raising the fence is really, we think, the best option to keep those people out after hours that want to do damage to this property. Staff showed sections of this. This is the entire north side of the fence. What we propose is basically adding 3 feet, and will be about 5 feet at the lowest elevation, so that would be on the east and west. And then it will be the north fence would be about 7.5 feet tall. Eric, if you're on the line, I would love for you to weigh in on the design and what we are doing to make sure this is compatible with the existing, and what we are doing to make sure that our changes are reversible. I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add there.
Yeah, I'm on the line. What we have looked to do is to add in, so we're taking the lower rail of the fence and having it what would become sort of a mid-rail of the fence, and then we're taking everything from that lower rail all the way up to the finials and raising it up. So that would still stay as is. Our proposal is that they take the sections apart, so they're not really disassembling the entire fence. They'd be taking it apart from where it's attached at the stone wall, and then we'll be adding in the 2 feet, leaving the or then what we would also do, as Emily mentioned, there's multiple areas of the fence that have been supported by angle iron to support the fence and keep it standing upright, mainly due to the people jumping over it and the wearing of the fence that's been here in this wall for many years. What we are proposing is for them to go in and core drill out the mortar, install a longer anchor that will then go down, and then we'll be re-anchoring that into the existing wall. And what that will do is we can hopefully bring the fence so it can last for many more years to come. I'm not sure what else you'd like me to mention, Emily.
No, thank you. That's helpful.
Could I ask a question, Emily?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I haven't read this next slide, so I'm not sure if it's going to answer my question. But I would love if either you or Eric could speak to exactly how the 1880s historic iron will be attached to the new members. What type of method are you all proposing for that?
Eric, do you want to take that, or should I?
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that. So what we are proposing is we're proposing to have the fence cut at the existing flanges and the decorative bases to be removed from the existing post. Then we're proposing to weld the existing base to the new 2-foot fence post, providing a new anchor bar that would then be welded to that existing base, and then they're going to use that new cast or fabricated post that would match the decorative post and rail, and then that would be then embedded into a 36-inch anchor rod, which would then be put back into the wall. What we're also doing is we're proposing for them to remove the, when they have the fence removed, to strip the paint from the existing fence, make any repairs to any rust, bent, or any disfigured portions. As Emily mentioned, there's multiple places where finials are broken off that we would have them create or cast new ones to match the likeliness. And then all of that would then be placed back into the wall and grouted, so that way the fence, it would be, you know, grouted 1/2 inch below the top cap of the stone wall, and then a sealant material put in so that way water would not get in and penetrate the anchoring rod that we're proposing.
So what we're really proposing is that every picket would have a new piece of wrought iron welded to it to add this additional height at the bottom of the fence. And then, so if it's some future date we come up with a better solution, we could separate those pieces again and have the original fence and then come up with a different solution. We want to use wrought iron because of compatibility of materials. Welding wrought iron to aluminum doesn't really work because of the different temperatures at which those metals melt. And so we want to replicate original materials, original design, and then when we're done, we would paint everything back to be consistent.
So if they were removed in the future, they would essentially be cut above where they were welded to the modern wrought iron. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct. And and as I mentioned earlier, that middle or what's currently the bottom rail of the fence we will have that remain in place, and it will become a mid rail that would be running horizontally or vertically along the fence.
Okay.
Do you really feel that this will keep people out?
If you have a better idea, I would love to hear it.
No, I'm wondering, I really want to protect this. I mean, it's historic indeed. The question I had earlier, and people ask me this all the time, is would it be appropriate to move this grave and the other graves?
That's a very difficult. Moving graves is all kinds of challenges for just the theory of preservation. If we talk about, you know, place matters and this location matters. Brigham Young was buried on his family property.
Is that the original? That was the burial site.
That okay. Property was, if I remember correctly, his strawberry patch was just outside that fence.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so Brigham and his family were buried within the boundaries of the original family estate.
Mm-hmm.
And so to move them, you lose some of the integrity of setting.
Sure.
And the challenge would be, where would we move them that would provide better security for them?
No, I understand that now. Is there, like in my house, my security system, if someone comes near, I see their image and I can actually yell at them through the microphone attached to that system. Would you plan on something like that where you could talk to the intruders?
We could. We've looked generally at upgrading security kind of lighting, you know, security cameras and beams and all of that. The challenge we have often found on landscape sites is that every time a leaf falls out of a tree, it could, or the wind blows especially hard, you could activate that system.
Okay. A question about the lighting. Is the increased light and fixtures going to cause issues with the neighbors?
So we are adding one fixture.
Okay.
We're not planning to blaze out this cemetery at night.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to pile on to that. And so thank you, Emily, for a nice presentation. you know, downlighting is much better than uplighting, and this is a dense residential neighborhood now.
Yep.
It wasn't in 1984. Nelson showed us an aerial photograph of this before the Brigham Apartments were built. But it seems to me like fences are an old-fashioned thing, and that this is the 21st century, and physical fencing doesn't seem to work in my mind. I did walk the site today. It's one of the reasons I was a little bit late for our meeting. And I really question you, will a taller fence keep animals out? Will there be less litter because there's a taller fence? I mean, how does this affect dogs and fire and litter and all of that? It just seems to me that building the fence higher, and I'm going to talk about that later tonight, but it just seems to me that we're just shifting the problem or making the problem more acute.
An excellent point. One thing we did talk
So
about
how
with
do
staff.
I mean, are animals still going to go in there and defecate?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you keep an owner from picking up their dog poop with a taller fence?
Yeah. So what we're finding is that most of the damage that we're seeing is happening at night when the gate is locked.
So little doggies are creeping in and pooping and littering?
What we found, so in the last year, there have been 20 dogs that have gotten into the property at night and digging holes in the cemetery. So unless you go, a 2-inch picket, I don't think you'll ever keep every dog out.
So the dogs are jumping this fence?
We think the dogs are jumping the fence.
Wow.
Specifically on the sides. The real issue here is the sides, that east and west wall that's 32 inches. One idea we did discuss with staff is a variable height, that perhaps we kept the 4.5 feet fence that's on the front. And then what if we did actually raise the side and back walls to a 5 foot, just in an attempt to limit those that, if you see the gate is locked, you're going to pop around the corners and find a low spot to get in. So that was one option, but that gets a little bit complicated in design, because how do you've got to manage your corner posts to take one that's really tall and then one that's 3 feet shorter, and it just gets
that's not an insurmountable problem.
Yeah.
You know that.
If I may,
Mm-hmm.
I can physically step over the fence on the east and the west side without any real effort. It's really easy. So 80% of the dogs are easily leaping over the fence.
Greg, I observed that it's easy to step over the fence thing, but I'm still having trouble visualizing canines jumping it in the middle of the night. I can see human beings going over and perhaps spending the night and doing the same things dogs do.
That could also be people metal detecting. In my neighborhood, I have porcupines and raccoons digging all the time as well.
We've actually had trail cams put in trees that have taken pictures of dogs and people on the facility.
Sure.
A number of times, yes.
Yeah, so I think really, David, I don't think there's any solution we could come up with that's going to get rid of all littering and all trespassing and all, dogs digging holes. Dogs will always find, and raccoons will always find a way in. What we hope to mitigate are those kind of willful acts of vandalism, spray painting on headstones, pushing over historic markers, causing damage to features like that. We have had a couple of headstones stolen in the last couple of years. And I don't think a dog or a porcupine is doing that.
Emily, once those occurrences happened, did you all increase security? I know you said you have night guards. Have they helped at all with protection against vandalism, or is it possible to add people if that hasn't been done?
Yeah, so the church security force that manages all of the, like Temple Square and those facilities, make periodic rounds to this property at night. But you'd have to station someone there full time to keep everyone out. I think it's a matter of, people, they've added this property to their rounds and they check it regularly. But it might be once an hour that they're up there at night. And a lot of damage can take place in that space of an hour as they're monitoring a couple dozen other buildings downtown.
Thank you.
Applicant, do you have anything more to present to us?
That was about it. We feel that this modification can be compatible with the standards. It will be reversible. The modifications will be documented. The new design is an attempt to replicate the original, so it won't be an obvious shift. And we feel that it will retain the overall historic character of this fence. And I know that's a disagreement with the staff findings, but that's a different interpretation of the regulations. So yeah, I don't know if any of you have any other questions or.
If I may say something too, please.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Our ultimate goal is to protect this historical and sacred sites. The monuments are there. Brigham Young was a very notable Utahn. He was a very big part of Salt Lake City and for the church. And to us specifically, it's a notable sacred site. And we just want to protect these, and it's sad to say, this is a cemetery and these kind of things are going on. You're talking about the petroglyphs down south. And unfortunately, it's sad. So we just want to try and do the best we can to preserve these. So for generations to come, people will be able to go there and enjoy the historical and sacred significance of this site. Thank you.
Yeah, good, thank you. Commissioners, are there more questions for the applicant?
I would like to ask one more thing.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Emily, I know that you all have emphasized this being reversible, and you mentioned that you plan on staying in this position for a while. Are there any motives of reversing this in the future if other solutions are found? Like, do you see that being plausible in the future of efforts and money and resources really being spent to reverse this, to bring it back to its 1880s height and entirely historic material?
That's one of the kind of foundational principles of preservation, that you always want the modification to be reversible. So if we come up with a better solution, I would love to not have to raise this fence. I wish I was enough of a fortune teller to be able to say that in 10 years we'll come up with a better solution. Ideally, I would like to be able to reverse this at some point, but I don't know how feasible that will be as we move forward. Give it 40 years, we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you all. All right, if there are no more questions for the applicant, let's open it up to public comment. Kayla, have we got?
Yes, we have Cindy Cromer. Cindy, I'm unmuting you.
Thanks. I hadn't planned to speak on this tonight, but it is something that I have a lot of experience with because of my properties, and I can't guard all of them at the same time. And guard is an appropriate word. So there's some things that I've learned over the last 40-something years. And one is to layer security so that there's not a single intervention that I'm counting on to stop people, that there are multiple layers of deterrence. And the one that I find is most effective for, certainly most cost effective, are motion detectors, which are responsive to movement. And unlike security cameras that might go off and record a leaf falling, if a motion detector goes off over a leaf, it simply turns off after a short period of time. But the fact that there's this responsiveness in lighting is a major deterrent. I don't know whether you all realize it, but the city has a list of public property where dogs are off limit. And I certainly think this as private property would be an appropriate place to indicate that dogs are not allowed at all at any time. It's a sacred site, and they shouldn't be running around any more than they are in Allen Park, which is one that the city council plans to add to the list of no dogs at all. I think there's similar problems at Allen Park and Gilgal. Judy Short, the head gardener and co-chair of the Friends of Gilgal Garden, would be a great resource. She deals with these kinds of issues. I have used landscaping plants as part of my layers of deterrent. So in addition to a fence, I have cacti planted on the other side so that nobody can land. Or I have a kind of an open thorn-bearing evergreen. Now that changes the landscape, the historic landscape, from what it is, but it's less expensive than modifying the fence. I will tell you that I have picket fences that are 6 feet tall, and the arrows on the tops are broken off because people have gone over the 6 foot tall fence. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Michaela, are there others?
I do not see any other hands.
Very good. Would the applicant like to respond to Ms. Cromer's comments?
Cindy makes an excellent point about layering. So, you know, in addition to the fence, having additional lighting, additional monitoring by church security are all part of that overall design. We generally don't like plants with thorns on them. It does create a there's kind of an overall messaging that we want to do for our properties around Temple Square as well. But we could certainly work with our landscape architect, come up with some planting options. Again, I don't know how feasible. Motion detectors I've found have often worked best at, near windows or doors or kind of entrances to buildings. It would be hard to find locations for motion detectors on this property because you're going to have leaves falling and those kinds of things. But Cindy makes an excellent point about layering security and a fence being just one of the layers of protection.
And Emily, you're a historic expert, but I don't think you're a security expert. And I believe the church probably has some pretty deep security experts that can help advise here.
We have worked closely with church security as well at looking at plans and location of different elements.
Yeah.
We have, and if I may, one reason they don't have too many plants up against this fence is because it closes off the view down into the cemetery, whether it's on the sides or from the front. So we're trying to keep it as open in a view of the cemetery as much as possible.
I'm going to take issue with that, Mr. Green. There's absolutely no view of this cemetery from the east or the west or the south.
Obviously not the south because the building's right there. But if you walk down the east side along that driveway, you can see all the way through there.
But who walks there? It's a driveway. I'm driving my truck down it.
Actually, people do walk there. They access Brigham Apartments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought the major entrance to the Brigham was off of First Avenue and off of South Temple, but not down that alley.
Yeah, there's a walkway right there to
Some of the finials broken are on that east side.
Well, I personally have a lot of broken finials on my own fence, and they just fall off.
Okay.
All right. Sounds like we're ready to go into executive session here. So let's close this to public comment. And commissioners, I won't force each of you to comment on this one, but we are open to comment.
This is part of kind of the larger arc we've been talking about lately with cultural landscapes, albeit this one's public or privately held rather than in the case of Liberty Park or the Canyon Road at 4th Avenue site, which are both publicly held. It is a cultural landscape that's obviously very important as a landscape. So as we've been talking about how parks within residential areas should have kind of a different, if not a different set of guidelines, a different mentality towards the appropriateness of dealing with them differently than a house. I think that applies here absolutely, and obviously it's a sacred space for a lot of people in Salt Lake and broadly. So I support whatever needs to be done to protect the security there. And I think it is a pretty elegant design for a fence, to be honest.
So John, are you suggesting that a residential property down the street, the homeowner wishes to put a 6-foot fence, 5-foot fence in their front yard, that because it is not a public space, something with cultural significance, that they would have to comply with the ordinances?
Well, yeah, I mean,
this one would be exempt.
Right. So the ordinance here that we're looking at is for a residential historic district, the Avenues Historic District. This isn't a residential use here. So I think we should be looking at it differently than the house down the street with a fence. And also, I think Emily made a compelling case that there are other cemeteries in town with security fences. I don't know, David, you're shaking your head, but
as I was looking at one of those pictures, the separation between the ballpark and the cemetery is purely to keep balls in. The cemetery is wide open to the public 24/7. So
well, like even if you are on 4th Ave looking at the city cemetery, there's a pretty tall fence there.
Not really. I walked that cemetery, or did when my son was at Wasatch Elementary. I walked it every school day. It's an extremely porous venue. So there are examples of security fences, and one might be the Brigham Young Park at the bottom of City Creek, which has always been a very closed private space. And across the street from it is a very open park called, I think it's called City Creek Park. That's open 24/7, and it has transients that sleep in it. And I don't think either park has a different level of graffiti, but I'm sure the Brigham Young Park has much less dog feces.
So Kenton, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, the cemetery examples, I believe, were 5 feet tall, and then the highest portion of this will be 9 feet. I know that the residential ones were coming in a little higher with the retaining wall, but I think it is interesting to note that those cemeteries are only at that 5 feet height, if I'm remembering correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mount Olivet has a relatively high fence, and I've always wondered if it's to keep the deer population inside. But I mean, this is a cemetery, yes, but it's an important landscape, and I personally agree with staff, particularly on the north side. When I walked in and out of the gate today, I thought that the fence facing First Avenue on the north side was actually a little bit too high. The finials were at my shoulder height, which is probably about 5 feet. But I completely agree with the applicant with regard to the east and west sides. They are low, and particularly on the east side where it faces the driveway to the Brigham Apartments, it feels like there isn't enough separation between the Brigham's driveway and Brigham's cemetery. On the west side, that's in kind of Never Land, because this same organization is proposing a major renovation, and by their own admission, those are vacant buildings right now. And so those vacant buildings to the west perhaps are creating some of the transient activity that we see here in the cemetery. But to recap, my observation is that I completely agree with staff, particularly on the north side as it relates to First Avenue, which is residential and historic.
Thanks, David. Mike, you had started to say something?
I did. Knowing that this was going to come up, I purposely kind of drove around and looked at some of the different cemeteries around town, and I think the notion of security has to do with where it is. There are cemeteries in Bountiful and in Kaysville and Layton that have no fences, and to my knowledge, no vandalism. And so I think, it has to do with location and, seeing the evidence of damage, and with the statistics that were given, it seems like the damage is, if not on a monthly basis, close to, once a month something happens. Animals are going to get in there, in and out. I live close enough to the cemetery, just what is it, south of the stadium, the U of U stadium. There are deer that jump that fence all the time. That's not going to keep deer out. Keeps dogs out in places. I'm not worried about animals. That kind of maintenance is what you have when you have grass. I've got raccoons and deer and all kinds of things in my yard, and I've got a fence. But they get in. I'm more concerned with the real damage, the vandalism damage, with stones that are turned over and painted. That's to me that's an issue, and it seems to be an issue with this particular cemetery. I think John said the same thing that I did when I'm going to the staff report and looking at the detail. They're talking about the proposed fence, would be 7 feet in the front. And it would create a walled-in effect. Coincidentally, I don't think it creates a walled-in effect because it's fairly open. I went and looked at what was at Arlington National Cemetery, and because of the how vandalism has increased in the DC area, that fence now, 2 miles of that fence is now being raised to 8 feet tall. And it's vertical pickets. They look like they're at about 6 or 8 inches on center. That looks like a walled in fence. What's being proposed doesn't feel that way to me. And I think this is a particular cemetery that happens to be in a residential area. So applying the residential requirements, and staff is absolutely correct. If this is a residence, we would say absolutely not. We're not going to approve that. This is a cemetery, not a residence, and so it has a different feel. So to David's point that, if what happens on the north side is a bit shorter because there's more eyes on the street that, passersby seeing it, so be it. But the east and west seem to be the problem areas. What happens at the south, I don't think is a problem because that's at the backside of the Brigham Apartments. So personally, I'm not seeing that it's against what we're all about in terms of the historic side, and I do think that it would solve if not all, the majority of the access issues, because it simply wouldn't be that easy to get into. A 4-foot fence, a 3-foot fence, that's pretty easy to get through. 7-foot fence, that's a little bit more. And that's my opinion.
So hearing some opposing views, would commissioners be interested in some hybrid solution where it was as high as proposed around on the east and west and the south, and then something lower on the front with some layering of landscape to dissuade jumpers? I mean, could we strike a balance there?
Yeah,
Or do people want to be hardline?
I would definitely prefer that solution, Kenton. I think my concern is primarily that this fence has looked that same way, been that same height, has produced that same feeling on that streetscape for 140 some years. So I think it would be preferable for me for that to be maintained on at least two sides of that lot. And then I think would also be incentive for once solutions and technology and other uses can be found for those two to be returned to its historic proportions.
Eden, I completely agree with you, and I think that the historic fence, and considering that it was built by a famous person and all this, along First Avenue is important, and it should probably continue as it turns around through perhaps what is the front yard setback, at least on the west side, and a little bit on the east side. And then once we get to that point, once we get beyond the front yard setback, I think the way that this relates to the neighborhood becomes less relevant.
You're all kind, I wanted to mention, you're all kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to step forward and say something a little different in that for 140 years, you haven't seen the words racist posted there. You haven't seen headstones stolen to our knowledge, that our society is evolving. And someone told me that when they took down Moroni on top of the temple, that there were bullet holes in Moroni, many, many bullet holes. And, we're in a society now where people are pulling down Confederate statues left and right. And this isn't just about how it looks, it's about what it represents to a lot of people. And I don't think the aggression to this site is going to go away. And I want to help them protect this at all costs. And I don't have any suggestions other than what they're proposing right now. It will look nice from what you're all saying, but in the long run, will this help them achieve protection of this site? I had no idea there were 40 graves there. And it's not something you see when you're driving by on the street. No one knows where this is. You can ask 99 out of 100 people and no one will know where it is. One of the things would be to point it out and have better signage there so that more people did have eyes on it. But it's just going to be continued with aggressive, God knows what. And we got to face that fact. That's my 2 cents worth. So my suggestion is, my suggestion would be to table this and see if they want to take any more ideas to look at this and listen to what you all have said, but then also educate us about the security that they can put in there to help them protect this. It's all of our site. It's all of our history there, and we have to protect it.
That fence, though, because by virtue of its age, I think the gravity with which we allow that to become a first line of defense or use it or modify it for defense should be, I feel like that should be a much lower rung of consideration because of the historicity of the site. And I do think, I'm not sure, I'm wrestling with how much of it is in our purview to ask, are you considering other security measures carefully? Because it does feel like that's an overstep. And, my instinct says that we should just be going by the code and we should just make a strict black and white decision. But because it's two historical artifacts, but you're right, Babs, we're living in a different world, and this fence being raised is not going to deter the people who want to get in. So we have to decide, do we want to risk the fence potentially by inflicting more damage on it by people who will not be deterred? Or, I like the idea of tabling it because I think this is a first stab at a solution, but it does not feel in any way satisfactory for either the prevention or the historical preservation aspect.
Thank you. I agree.
Okay, well said, all of you. Would somebody like to make a motion of some sort or another? We've heard a variety of different things. We've had some passionate statements. Victoria or Babs, would you like to push something forward?
I'm trying to find.
The motion sheet here, I think.
Good, you do it.
This is the 140 East First Avenue, right? I've got the correct one pulled up, correct?
That is right.
Okay. So is it just a motion to table? Is that what I'm doing?
If that's what you would like to see happen, yes.
All right, so based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Historic Landmark Commission table the request for a special exception for additional fence height and the associated certificate of appropriateness regarding petition numbers PLN HLC 2021-00457 and PLN HLC 2021-00604.
Would you add to it why you're tabling it or what you would like the applicant to look at?
We are tabling in hopes that the applicant can find solutions that more satisfactorily address issues of security and historic preservation simultaneously. Is that enough or too big?
Yeah. I'd buy that. Michaela?
I'll second it.
Very good. We have a
Sure.
motion and a second. John
Aye.
and David
Aye. Thank you, Victoria. Great motion.
and Mike?
I'm going to say no. I do not believe tabling it is going to come up with a better solution or addressing the security issue. This is just kicking it down the street, and I don't see what that's going to do. So no.
Okay, thank you. Aiden
I'll say yes to that motion.
and Victoria is a yes, I assume.
Yes.
And Babs is
Yes.
a yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 yeses and a no. So this petition is tabled, and we will revisit it again in some period of time. Thank you to the applicant. And is the
I know that's-
applicant?
May I ask a kind of a clarifying question then?
Yeah.
Because security is generally not the purview of the Landmarks Commission. So how would you all then suggest that we manage that issue?
I think the lighting is one aspect of it that we can generally weigh in about, and the height of the fences as well. It seems really, I feel like we're leaving you with a really vague table here because we're kind of we're having different thoughts and ideas about how this site should look, and I don't have the answers for you. Obviously, I'm the one screaming, protect this site, and I don't know how to do that.
To protect the site and meet the standards.
Yeah.
They're obviously,
And that's where I'm in conflict, in that were this a residential request to increase the fence, we know what our answer would be.
Right.
This happens to be a cemetery within a historic residential area, and those two uses are vastly different. And and that's I think that's where we're all kind of struggling. And with a home, you've got people that are eyes on the street. They're their own security to a bit. The kind of shenanigans that are going on, and because it's easy to get into this place. That's the issue.
And I wanted to say that my previous volunteering with Planning Commission, when we came to this, oftentimes we would offer up a committee of commissioners that would be willing to work with the applicant to help redesign the idea, the motions, what have you, so that the next time it was presented, hopefully it would pass much easier. I don't know if you all set up committees.
That used to exist here.
I mean, there's still a mechanism to set up an architectural subcommittee. But but that has gone haywire. Because you can't have a quorum, right? And it's not televised and there's no meeting. It's just a few members of the Landmark Commission. There was one instance, and maybe some of you recall a long while ago, where the subcommittee kind of was going one way, and staff got the proposal back and still recommended denial, and it eventually got denied. So generally, we've kind of tried to do this work in the public, right? Keep the business in the public and have a work session. So everyone is there. We're discussing it publicly, and there's no assurances being made like with a small committee.
If I could make an observation, Emily, and I think you know this, I think treating the entire site the same way boxes you in. And to think about your historic facade, think about an important building anywhere and that historic facade and the way it faces the street is important to us as a commission historically. And what happens the farther away we get from the street is less important. And I think that and this is getting away from landmarks, but from a security perspective, as Mike Vila mentioned, eyes on the street are a real thing, and First Avenue has many eyes on the street. So the facade of this could be treated very differently than the sides and the back. I think your team can handle this, and that can create the different layers of security that public comment has suggested, and come up with a really successful solution. I mean, I don't think that it's not a difficult problem.
If I may,
I wouldn't wonder what you all would think of maybe having a working meeting about this. You know, we could bring some of our security staff and talk through those issues with you. Again, Greg and I and Eric are not security experts. So I wonder if that would be a possible, now that this motion has been tabled, if we could set up a working meeting to help us brainstorm, to come up with the best things, to bring the right voices.
Can we have that discussion with staff, please, since we've made a decision and we're kind of veering off into security meetings? I certainly, I'm not sure that is the most appropriate. I think I do have one thing to say before I go. There are a lot of eyes actually on this cemetery because I actually rented an apartment when I first moved here right across from the cemetery. And there is a lot of traffic up that loading dock and a lot of activity on that loading dock and lighting on that loading dock. There's a lot of car prowling. People break into the gated underground parking at PRI. I think the beauty is that you have the same landowner adjacent to this sacred site. Perhaps we discuss with staff how to address security with the Landmark Commission. I'd like to think on that one.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess at this point we can move on to the final item on our list. Number 3, the Durand solar installation at approximately 740 East 3rd Avenue. And Caitlin is our planner. Please make your presentation.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. If Aubrey or Michaela could pass me the torch, that would be awesome.
Thanks. Sorry. A little while. Hopefully it's coming.
Yep, it's there. I think we got it. All right. All right, is everybody able to see the screen all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. So this is a request by Chris Vargas with the Tesla Solar Company, and this is the first ever solar shingle installation in Salt Lake City. So without further ado, we will move into it. So the subject property, as the chair noted, is at 740 East and 3rd Avenue. It's a corner lot at the intersection of L Street and 3rd Avenue. And the homeowner has proposed to install solar shingles on all 4 faces of the roof here. It is located in the SR1A residential zoning district and is surrounded by similar uses in the area. Typically, solar panels are reviewed and approved administratively by staff, but since this is the very first instance of solar shingles in the city, we decided to bring it to the Landmark Commission and hold a public hearing just to get some feedback on it, and of course, move forward with the certificate of appropriateness for this homeowner. Staff is recommending approval of this request, and we have gone through several considerations in its staff report. I will outline them briefly here. One of our key considerations is the integrity of the existing house. This house is in very good condition. It has a brick facade with a lot of detailing around the windows, and it's been well taken care of. We also examine the compliance with the standards for minor alterations to contributing structures, which are that the home is used for its historic purpose, which the proposal complies with since it is still going to be maintained as a dwelling unit. That the historic character is retained and preserved. Nothing is going to happen to the windows or the brickwork. They simply are going to be installing these shingles to the top of the existing roof. There won't be any changes to the shape or the pitch of the roof. And these shingles could be removed at some point in the future, so it is a reversible modification. Of course, the shingles themselves do not create a false sense of history. It's pretty apparent that those are a contemporary addition. And let's see, it doesn't alter any distinctive features, and it doesn't create a false sense of history. Let's see. Another one of the standards is that contemporary alterations shouldn't be discouraged as long as the historic features are not harmed or destroyed. Staff has gone through and found that it meets that standard as well. And the request doesn't include any prohibited materials or any signage. So that was a very brief overview of the minor alteration standards. With regard to the solar arrays within local historic districts, there is a list of preferred siting options. Most preferably, the solar array would be installed on an accessory building that is outside of view of the public right-of-way. And then there are 4 items that list possible siting options for solar arrays. And as the list moves on, they become decreasing in appeal. So the siting of the solar arrays on the street-facing areas of the roof, of course, the areas of the roof that are visible from the public right-of-way, is the least preferred, but it is still listed as an allowable option. These are some photos that the applicant provided as part of their submittal packet. So there are a few more in your staff report, but these are the facades that would be visible from the public right-of-way. There is an outcropping of the roof here over the living area and the windows where the diagram does not indicate any solar shingles will be installed. However, on the section of the roof above the porch, they would be installed, as well as on the eastern area of the roof here shown in the right-hand photograph. As far as our public process, we did send out a public hearing notice to all residents and occupants in the surrounding area. And we have received one public comment so far that was emailed into the Landmarks feedback email address. And that neighbor was generally in favor of the request. And again, just to recap, staff is recommending approval. I'm happy to take any questions that you have, or we also have the applicant on the line as well. So for any more technical questions that are a little bit outside of my sphere.
Thank you, Caitlin. Commissioners, questions?
Caitlin, has staff approved this Tesla roof outside of the historic districts?
Staff has a lot. So this is actually the very, very, very first instance of a Tesla solar shingle array in the entire city. So we don't, at city level, at least have a precedent at this point.
Okay.
I think we got a letter in our packet from Bruce Plank, who said that this would be the first one. And
Right.
he had mentioned that he was in favor of it.
That's good.
I was hoping Elon Musk was going to show up, but apparently not. He is not in the attendee list.
Got to get his astronaut uniform together.
There you go.
Well, I'll just share. I work for the city of Park City. I'm the historic preservation planner, and we've approved these Tesla roofs in the historic districts of Park City, and I'm definitely in favor of them. A huge goal of historic preservation is sustainability, and I think this will align with the goals of the historic districts, and visually the Tesla roof is a great solution to solar roofing.
Well,
So
and that is super cool. Have these installations been installed in Park City? Have you seen what they look like?
so this is actually within the last few months, so they haven't begun. They've just gone through their estimates. Unfortunately, I haven't seen them in person, but they have gone through the approval process.
Cool.
What's the color? Will it match the existing shingles? I guess that's for Caitlin.
Well, they come in. They come in all colors, and it's pretty amazing the options that you have.
So the existing shingles are a brown asphalt shingle, and let's see. I think we went through the available colors on the Tesla website, and currently they offer, I believe, a dark gray, a dark navy, and a black shingle. So it wouldn't match the color of the existing roof, and yeah, I think those are the only three colors that they offer at the moment.
I have a couple questions. So hypothetically, if the roof material itself was historic, would this be recommended to be approved? In other words, if this house still had like a historic slate or cedar shake roof, would that change the calculus here?
It's likely would, just because a lot of those historic roofing materials cannot be replaced or cannot easily be replaced.
Such as?
A cedar shake or, let's see, a terracotta shingle, perhaps. Then staff would have a lot more hesitation than recommending approval on I hesitate to say common, but a common asphalt shingle roof.
And you might have said this, but to support the weight of these, are there any changes proposed to the roof line, like adding thickness to the underlayment or anything?
I didn't see any proposed changes to the roof line, whether it be in structure or shape of the roof. The applicant can likely address the weight limitations of these shingles better than I can, but in the submitted plans, they didn't indicate that any changes would be made to the roof itself.
Thank you.
So Kenton, I'm not certain I guess I have two issues, and I'm not certain this is the right time. It has to be in the overall concept. I'm with everyone else. I want this to work. I have detailed questions because, you know, even on the image that's shown right now, you know, where you have you know, the image to the right, you've got these big shards of roof, and the Tesla panels are rectangles, and, you know, they can be lengthened and shortened, but they're squares. It's a big flat square, you know, that fits on that roof. That's altogether different kind of roof, and I'm just detail wise wondering, with the shape of the roof of the existing home, you know, can they be turned so that you know, for the hip roofs they work, so that they do turn the corner?
Yes.
That's a big question that I have, so that at the end of the day it looks as it looks like a roof. It doesn't look like shards and there's a gap at the corner, and then there's another shard.
It doesn't. If you Google Tesla images of these roofs, they're amazing. You can't really tell that that's a Tesla shingle.
No, I get that, and all of the images, Babs, that I've seen are the big roofs like you have on the right side. I'm talking about as you turn the corner, you know, on the roof, you know, are the Tesla panels cut so that they're rhomboids as opposed to rectangles?
Mhm.
Yeah, good question. I think let's get into let's let the applicant make their presentation. I think that'll help with answering your question, Mike, because of the layout they're proposing.
Right.
And that's one of my interests and concerns too. So let's move into the applicant, then we'll pick up all this in our
Okay,
general
that's
discussion.
why I was asking. I didn't think it was at the right time. There's a concept and then there's an execution question.
Mr.
no
Peterson
worries.
would like to speak also.
To answer that question, so the ridge lines, that will all actually be
Hang on just a second.
metal.
Who's speaking, please?
I apologize. This is Chris. I'm the applicant for Tesla.
Chris, do you need to be a presenter? Do you have a presentation?
I do not
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay, no worries.
Just have a little technical knowledge of it. But to answer that question, it's a metal flashing, and it is actually textured to match the shingles as well. So even in person, it is very hard to tell the difference between the actual shingles and the flashing itself.
Okay. We've got a roof plan up for the house, and it appears that you're putting this on, I don't know which way is north on that drawing. I believe it's toward the bottom of the page.
The top.
Yep, north
top.
is the top.
Okay. You've got an array of the shingles, all rectangular forms, and they are held back from the ridges of the hip. So thereby, you're not having the problem that Mike was suggesting of how does he round the corner. Yet, two things strike me. One is that you've got a number of them facing north, and I assume your analysis shows you'll get some electrical production at the around the summer solstice time when that roof is getting sun. But also, if are these going to stand out in an odd texture and color versus the brownish tan asphalt shingle roof that is currently on the house? Will this look odd?
So I guess to get a little more clarification on that site plan, so those rectangles are only active. They are the active tiles. There are dummy tiles that have no electrical components that will be covering the rest of the roof.
Ah, got it. So you're changing the color of the roof.
That's correct.
Okay. What I don't think it's in our purview, but curiosity, what color are you proposing for the new shingles?
Honestly, I have so far in our warehouse, we have only seen the black. So I would have to verify that, but I imagine it would probably be the black.
Got it.
Seems to be our most
Okay.
popular as well. So
Okay. Again, this is not in our purview of which direction your shingles are facing, but are you going to get that much power out of the north that would make it worth putting them there rather than putting more on the south, east, and west faces?
you will get some production, but I mean, ideally, always with solar, south facing is most ideal. There may be some issue just with, there's certain, I guess, sort of setbacks with venting and stuff sometimes. So I can double check and kind of get some more detail on that, whether we might be able to move some of those. But as of but yes, you would be correct that you get less production on the north side.
And again, I'll reiterate, that was a digression from really what our purview is. And if they're all looking the same, then my concerns are handled. So thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant or Mr. Vargas?
What about the weight of these? Is it gonna have to be reinforced? Like, is the whole roof gonna look taller?
It is lifted probably about an inch, and that's actually part of the engineering for the venting. So some of the actual vents on top may be removed as well. But overall, the weight is not much more than what a typical asphalt or cement tile roofing would weigh.
Great, thank you.
Okay, if we don't have other questions from commissioners, let's go and open up the public comment period. Have we got anybody, Michaela?
Elon is not here, but Cindy Cromer would like to speak. Cindy, you're unmuted.
They're pretty much interchangeable, so.
Totally, totally. Cindy, you're unmuted. Are you there? Perhaps she stepped away.
I'd like to speak.
Gentleman earlier.
This is Bruce Plank. I would like to speak.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I'm a solar consultant. I also happen to live next door to this property, and I did submit comments to the commission in writing earlier today. My main comment, which now is resolved, is that I did not think it was appropriate to have black glass solar shingles on part of a roof that was visible from the public right-of-way where the rest of the roof was where the existing brown asphalt shingles. That's now been resolved, and I hope that this commission will establish to staff that should be a requirement for any future application. There's nothing in the application that clarifies that, and frankly, in the staff report where they recommend approval, they recommend approval with the black Tesla shingles covering part of the roof over the existing brown asphalt shingles, and did not comment on or require that the Tesla shingles be covering the entire face of the roof. I think, to be fair with other solar panels, I don't particularly care if the non-street sides have the solar shingles and the old brown asphalt shingles on the same roof. That's the way it works now with regular solar panels on the non-public view sides. But certainly at least on 3rd Avenue and L Street, the two public right-of-way sides, I think it is important, and I think this commission should establish that as a precedent for staff, that's what would be required for the installation of the Tesla solar shingles, that the entire facades that are facing the public right-of-ways be covered both with the shingles, the photovoltaic shingles, and the dummy shingles that the Tesla representative indicated. That's nowhere in their drawings, plans, or in the staff report. So With that modification, I'm happy. I'd like to see more solar any way that we can do it, but I also think it's important to preserve this is sort of a clash between the old and the new, and I think that it's a perfect example of the opportunity to keep the best of the old while bringing in some of the new, because I think it's hugely important for climate change and for all the other reasons that I don't need to go into about why we have more solar. And I think these solar shingles are a good way to go. They've got to look right, however.
Bruce, Commissioner Richardson here. Thank you for that comment. I had stupidly assumed that the entire roof of this house was proposed to be covered with a uniform material, some of which produce energy and the vast majority of which does not. And so in my little mind here, we're looking at a roof system where the entire roof looks the same. It has the same black glossy look. I mean, whether we like it or not, that it's all uniform. And thank you for bringing that up and clarifying that. I think as a commission, we will need to address that.
I mean, you may have noted, Commissioner, in the staff report, in one of the exhibits that was filed by the applicant, they point out that only about 18% of the roof is actually covered by the operating solar panels. The rest of the roof.
I read that, but I assumed that the rest were placebos that
They are.
look the same, in that and they talked about metal ridge caps and
Yeah, right.
presumably metal hip caps and so on. And these are materials that we don't generally like in the historic district. But I think we're all very curious to see where this goes, and are all very supportive of photovoltaic production.
So I agree, and I think it would be great to establish that as a clear precedent for staff, because staff recommended approval without that uniformity of approach, and they recommended approval of only the the photovoltaic shingles over the existing asphalt shingles, and that was the part I was concerned about, because I think that does make a mismatch.
Thank you for that clarification. It's a really good point.
Yeah, thank you,
Bruce,
Mr. Plank.
thank you, Mr. Pike. I'm going to move you back into the attendees list. Thanks.
Did Ms. Cromer come back?
No, her hand went down. Oh, her hand came up again.
I apologize. I forgot to take my hand down after speaking at the previous hearing, so I'm sorry. I know better.
Oh, Cindy. It's okay. All right.
Okay.
It's getting late.
I guess that's it for public comment. Does the applicant want to respond to any of the comments that were just made? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Did someone? Okay, we'll move into executive session. What are people thinking? Ready for a motion?
Well, I'm thinking, Kenton, this is an important issue, and that if it's done right, this is a great thing for the city in a historic area or not. But to me personally, the devil is in the details, and you understand what I was asking, that when it turns the corner, it wants to look like it. If they're going to be black shingles, it wants, okay, they're black shingles, but it turns the corner. If there's gaps and if there's inch up, inch down kind of thing, you know, flashing and valleys and gutters at the ridge lines, I think what I guess I'm saying is that the devil's in the details. And if I'm looking at the corner on Google Earth right now, and if the roof color changes from brown to black, I'm all for it. And as long as it looks like this image here. If it looks like it's got highs and lows as it turns the corner at the ridge lines, I think that's going to look funny. You know, I'll go back to my other statement that, you know, if the flashing makes up the difference, and those are the placebos, like David was talking about, same material, same thickness, you know, same look, then I'm for it. But it really needs to be based on that's what it really does.
Mike, I completely agree with you. And while we were in discussion, I pulled up a whole bunch of Google images on Tesla roofs and could only find one out of perhaps 100 that was a hip roof configuration.
Right.
And the devil is in the details. And I am really, really curious. And I think that this house, because it's a tall house, and because the roof is not super prominent as we see it from the street, I think that this is a really good guinea pig. My inclination is that we approve this, but recommend to staff that we don't approve anymore until this project has been completed and we can observe what we see. So I'm going to guess it's going to look a whole lot like slate shingles. These panels are about 3.5 feet long,
right,
1.5 foot tall. They're a lot larger than roof than an asphalt shingle, or certainly a cedar shingle, or even a slate shingle. So we're looking at something totally new, and I like I said, I am super curious. I really want to see this happen, but I don't think we should just give carte blanche approval until we've gone through one full project.
Yeah, and just a final comment, Kenton and David. I want this to work, but I want it to look like it's not a techie add-on to a home that doesn't really work. And so, like I said, the devil is in the details, and if those details can be worked out, I would be fully supporting of these roof panels.
Okay, thank you. Good thoughts. So Mike, can you wrap that concept up into a motion for us?
I can, if you give me 2 seconds to get back to my.
You can have a full 5.
10 seconds, 20 seconds.
Give them 10.
All right.
It's,
All right.
detail.
Kenton, I would like to make a motion to approve, consistent with staff recommendations, that based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, with the proviso that was indicated by David, that that staff that this work be done, that it be viewed, that it be tested before there's, quote, carte blanche approval of Tesla panels in the historic area. So with those provisions, I would move that the Historic Landmark Commission approve the petition PLN HLC 2021-00460.
Richardson seconds.
Right. We have a motion and a second. Babs?
Yes.
Okay. Aiden?
Yes.
Victoria?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
And David?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. It is approved. Good luck with your project. Pay attention to those details.
Good
Make
luck,
us-
Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And staff, thank you for all of that. And, you know, we're going to want to keep an eye on this, as everyone has said. And that concludes our 4-hour meeting.
I move to
Thank you
adjourn.
to all commissioners, and we shall adjourn. Good night, all.
Good night,
Happy-
everybody.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks.
Good night. Thank you.